30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Victory calls.
Defeat.
You're scared. Good to know.
To the arena.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Sound the march. Victory
Minions
calls.
have spawned.
It shall be done.
slain.
Only action.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
To triumph! My king commands. A Demacian does not retreat.
You condemn what you don't understand.
Soul has slain an enemy.
And a spear behind it. Victory calls. It shall be done. Always forward. Only actions truly speak. To triumph!
An ally has been slain. Enemy rampage.
My king commands. A Demacian does not retreat. The warrior spirit is never broken.
An ally has been slain.
lives are forfeit.
An enemy has been slain.
Always forward. Fate has made its choice. Sound the march. Only action.
An enemy is unstoppable. An ally has been slain.
Triumph.
An ally has been slain.
A Demacia does
An
not.
enemy is dominating.
The warrior spirit is never broken.
An enemy is godlike.
Fades into bloodstains.
My king
Your
commands.
turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Victory calls.
An ally has been slain.
Always
An
forward.
enemy has been slain.
Sound the march. I start holding back.
Ally has been slain.
Only actions truly speak.
Turret plating will soon fall.
And a spear behind it. shall be done.
An enemy is legendary. Double kill.
A Demacian does not retreat. The warrior spirit is never broken. To triumph!
Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
My king commands.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Always forward.
Enemy rampage.
Sound the march. Perish with honor.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is legendary. Has been destroyed. Has been slain. Double kill. Aced. The turret has been destroyed. Dominate. An enemy is legendary.
Keep fighting.
An enemy is legendary. Double kill.
Does not retreat.
Shut down.
The warrior spirit is never broken.
Heroes are born from crisis.
It shall be done.
An enemy has been slain.
Fate has made its choice.
An ally has been slain.
My king.
Double kill.
To triumph!
You have been slain. Shut down.
Heroes are born from crisis.
Sound the march!
Shut down. Ally has been slain.
Victory calls.
Enemy killing spree. You have slain an enemy.
Only actions truly speak.
Enemy rampage.
Heroes are born from crisis.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Heroes are born from crisis.
Always forward.
Your turret has been destroyed. You have been slain. Enemy is unstoppable. Dominating. Double kill. Shut down.
The warrior spirit is never broken.
An ally has been slain.
A Demacian does not retreat.
Heroes are born from crisis.
My king commands. Sound the march.
Heroes are born from crisis.
An ally has been slain. Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Victory calls.
I'll protect you.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Heroes are born from crisis.
Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed.
Heroes are born from crisis. Heroes are born from crisis.
Only actions truly speak.
Defeat. Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
Word of wisdom to the rest of you. The secret to a long life? Not dying.
Minions have spawned.
Sky looks mighty free of void. You're welcome. Next fool to ask about my face gets a mouthful of lamp. Some say I battle hard. Hard. Hit me like you mean it. Still trying to sell me an actual weapon. Shed my old name a long time ago. Didn't deserve it anymore.
First blood.
Any good fishing spots around here? Always a reason to keep on keeping on.
An ally has been slain.
Help itself.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
No sword and shield beats old fate. Love sitting around the lamplight and counting my scars after a long day of beating up bad guys. Really don't want to fight you. Ha! Might get it. Fine. Still back
has been slain.
Any good fishing spots round here?
An ally has been slain.
Go for a boiled egg right about now. God, they all bleed the same. You got guts.
An enemy has been slain.
Now it's my turn.
Enemy killing spree.
Living through rough times makes you appreciate the simple things, like good company or a hard-boiled egg.
Executed.
Old man with a lamp coming through.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
This one's on fire. Last fight, first line of defense.
Double kill. Enemy triple kill. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Yes, you did just lose to a guy with... Nothing wrong with a life of peace. Could never find one myself. every weapon, bested every opponent. Picked up a few tricks during my walk.
Slain.
Fancy weapon. Good try. You almost left a scratch. Boldness is earned, win after win. Angling takes patience. Oh, wait a second. Forgot my fishing pole. Good tonight. Might have to make another heroic last stand. Against my fire.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Well done. Next fool to ask about my face gets a mouthful of lamp. Some say I'm battle hardened. Hardly. Your hair. Got a challenge. Made up in dirt.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage.
always a reason to keep on keeping on. That all you
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Well, the end of the world isn't gonna stop itself.
Rampage. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
You cruising for a cruising?
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
No sword and
Your
shield.
team has destroyed a turret.
Gotta keep limber at my age.
Killing spree.
Hey, light a fire.
Unstoppable.
These old foes haven't nailed me yet.
Okay. Anybody in the chat who want some
Could go for a
ambiental
boiled egg
music?
right about now.
Well, want it or not, it's coming.
Victory!
Who should we give this one? Ah, yeah, so it was okay. A plus. Okay. Let's go again. If there's anybody in the chat, if you're hearing the music, tell me if it's too loud.
You're scared. Good to know.
Blood runs. They all run.
For God's sake, man, can we just start playing the game? 10 minutes in the queue, what the? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay. 7 times a charm. Seventh time as a charm. Let's ban Kelly.
Good to know.
If there is anybody in the chat that hears the music, tell me if the music is too loud. And of course, like, help my stream. Hey Dale, what's up, man? You've been here yesterday, right? Who should we play in the jungle? Who should we play? Let's play Dr. Mundo, he's fun to play. Let's play him. Dale? I'm sorry if I pronounce your name incorrectly. Is the music in the background too loud? Can you hear me correctly? Do you hear me well? Music too loud? Let's play with a phase rush. That could always be fun to play. Phase rush is always fun. Let's see how this goes. Awesome, awesome. There we are on a good start. If you don't mind, press the like button if you like it, so more people can see the stream and maybe they can enjoy as well. I forgot the build for Mr. Mondo. I think it's E first, then W. No, I gotta see, then maybe I'll remember. Thank you for your like, Dale. Maybe you will start playing League of Legends. I don't recommend it though, because it's pretty toxic and stressful game, at least for me, when I play ranked games. So maybe something more chill is recommended. Okay. Let's see. Slow and word. Come on, try to remember which one.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Slow with the damage.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Okay, damage. Okay, watch out. Who's next?
Minions have spawned.
This was fun. Okay.
Nope, this not right. Oh, maybe. Mundo goes where he pleases.
Okay, let's proceed to the top. That may be gonna invade his jungle.
Surgery time.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, what is this doing? Change the defibrillator on.
Mundo miss old office.
I really didn't play Mundo for a while. I need to remember how to play this too.
Let Mundo through. Me, medical professional.
I just remember he was fun to play. Let's see if there's somebody here. No. Okay, let's continue. Let's do this. Maybe we can get this one.
An enemy has been slain.
Two of them here.
An enemy has been
Maybe
slain.
we're gonna skip this one. But he'll be here farming this. Oh my god, what am I doing? Got killed and wasted flash. This one was completely on me. Ridiculous play. Okay, never mind. Missing health, move speed and regenerates. Okay, okay.
Tell me where her.
Okay, let's put the ward just in case somebody gets crazy. But enough to this side so we can see if they jump from the top, just in case. Okay, let's try to do some gang on the bottom. Don't kill me.
Killing spree.
We survived this time. I play World of Warcraft. That's what I play. But I don't play anything else. If that means anything. I mean, I like to invest myself a little bit into a game. So if I like something, I play it for a while. And I play World of Warcraft for years now. And I started League of Legends.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Dude, come on, stop
An
feeding
ally has been slain. Rampage.
Master Yi. We're gonna have a big problems.
Take two of these. Yup, you crazy.
Killing spree. Unstoppable.
Did you sign waiver?
Shut down.
What the
You
hell?
have been slain.
Yeah, it wasn't much.
Did you miss it?
Nurse, anesthesia wore off.
Put a ward. Put the ward, man. Kill him at least. Oh.
With 27 medical diplomas, Mundo ready to cure what ails you.
ally has been
I
slain.
died twice, that's not a pretty sight. Well, Master Zed, if you just came 1 hour earlier, we could have done something. Right now we can't do shit.
An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
Yeah, I gotta try to run. Yeah, not gonna happen. You fed the E and look at this now.
An enemy has been slain.
This is gonna be so hard to win now. Watch out, watch out. I'm on my own.
Dear Medical Journal. Mundo
Dear
attempt brain
Medical
transplant
Journal.
on Mundo today. You think it
Whoops.
goes good?
Use ultimate, man. Yeah. Not gonna happen.
Doctor, this is how we
Okay.
anyone seen Mundo's brain scissors?
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Wait, Cleaver!
Can master you somewhere here. I
Incision!
know. Oops. Nice miss.
An enemy has been slain.
One bajillion drops of healing juice stat!
This is a joke, man.
He should get second opinion. Let's do this. People first. Great, we agree then.
Oh my god.
Killing spree. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Yep, this is what happens when Yi gets ahead. Now, to kill him, it's gonna be a drag.
Resuscitated. Hold very still.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
You say, may call. Purpleness. Me watching for that.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Trash wasn't there. Could have moved.
Shut down.
Is me okay? Mundo can't remember Mundo's name! Sometimes me wonder, who is me
Okay.
God? Then me remember, me Mundo.
Oh, he stole everything. Awesome. Okay, he didn't take the walls.
An ally has been slain.
These Hex-rays look fine. That's what we'd say if we took Hex-rays. Electricity make
Okay.
the brain work good.
Now we stole from him. Now we're even. Let's see what we can do here. Oh shit. Come here. Maybe we can ambush. No.
Ew,
Okay.
that look infected.
Let's see. Nobody there, just in case. Let's hit him again. What does this do? Charges is equivalent blah 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 seconds nearby.
Has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Okay, so if I use it on a champion.
An enemy is godlike. An enemy is legendary. Double kill.
Yeah, this is a kind of fuck up.
Zon, perfect place to do medicine. Everyone's sick there.
Yeah, he shredded through me like a
Double kill.
Jesus Christ.
An
It's
enemy has
ridiculous.
been slain.
I gotta go for this one.
An enemy is legendary.
You just need to nail them together, that's all.
Mundo thought Mundo lost Mundo. Feels good to make things.
He's not unkillable, just takes a teamwork. Oh my god.
Mundo helped people inside and built over. Mundo without borders.
He cleared all my bot. Nice. Move your ass, man.
Shut up, please. Incision. Patience, where are you?
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah. They respawn every, I don't know. There's a timer, but they keep on respawning.
An enemy is legendary. Double kill.
Mundo not remember Mundo before Mundo was Mundo.
An enemy is legendary. Shut down. Enemy triple kill.
Master Yi for you.
With 27 medical diplomas, Mundo ready to cure what ails you.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Medical
Okay.
journal. Mundo
So we
attempted
gotta
brain transplant
take a
on
lot of
Mundo.
armor
Me think it
to
goes
survive.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, everybody sucks except Master Yi, so
Double kill.
just need the gang on him, and that's about it.
An enemy is legendary.
Nothing too special. Okay, we wore this one out.
Labels say may cause torn clothes, mood swings, purpleness.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Me started this practice with nothing but bone saw and dream.
Yeah, he dies. Not a problem. We just need to gain it. Let's push the lane.
Has destroyed a turret. Slain.
Okay.
Shut down.
I need to farm to get the items.
Dominating.
Kill Yi, for fuck's sake, man. Why are you focusing on anybody else except him? This is ridiculous. People are idiots.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Attack Mr. Yi, Jesus Christ, man.
Has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
see if we can get a dragon.
Raimundo do this for the community.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Dr. Mundo, you need him back at the healing place. Okay.
Yeah, it's good game. We lost.
Defeat.
Yeah, let's go for another one.
You're scared. Good to know.
See ya, buddy. See ya, buddy.
I'm undisputed. just by being you.
You think I got where I am by listening to people?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Seriously, what?
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Glad I don't have to fight me. Nothing people hate more than a guy who Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along. A wise master once said, be like water. Guess I'm kind of a tsunami.
First round.
You don't really know someone until you fall in love.
An ally has been slain.
Can we stop with fucking dying already? Jesus Christ.
Let's go now. Time for a chin check.
Enemy killing spree.
I don't see you being the boss.
Yeah, this is not gonna happen.
Shut down.
If they don't overextend on the middle lane, it's so hard to gank. It's ridiculous.
Fist, beat face. Everyone loses. Wow. Almost everyone.
Let's get some items.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Dear God. And our support is getting kills.
I ran
and
home
not the
crying to
DPS, so
Mama.
that's great.
She wiped my tears with her claws.
Not a one word in a game.
Ally has been slain.
Not a one word. A retard. Look at this.
Must be a fight brewing. My Virgil stood up. Technique is for lightweights.
Not gonna happen. Not a kill. Not a ward on the bottom. Jesus Christ.
I ain't no half-breed. I'm a full breed. I'm the only one. They say you learn a lot from a beating. If that's true, I've made the whole world smarter.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Violence is my
Ay, 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 ay.
Double kill.
probably should have worn my nice pants to this. Being the boss is a lot better than not being the boss. looking to lose a fight today.
Okay, this game is lost a long time ago, so let's just finish it. Get done with it. Another waste of time.
Enemy rampage.
Yeah, good job dying. Like 17 times.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Nothing personal.
An enemy is unstoppable.
They call me a thug. I call me an entrepreneur. Jabs. If you're throwing, throw it hard.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
All words are fighting words.
Oh, can't wait for minute 15. Just surrender this game.
Beast boy bastard. Ha!
Your turret has been destroyed.
Set the beast.
13
Your turret
deaths
has been
on
destroyed.
bottom, and it's 12
An
minutes.
enemy is dominating.
How big of an idiot you have to be to play this way?
Guess it's on.
Killing spree.
Anyone know whose teeth are stuck in my knuckles?
It is godlike. Enemy killing spree. Legendary.
It ain't how many times you get knocked down. It's how many times you get back up.
Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
The cracking of bones is the clinking of coins. Better keep those hands up.
An enemy is dominating. Enemy triple kill.
The Israeli Defense Forces surrounded and destroyed the major hospital in Gaza, telling us everyone ahead of time that they would
People
discover a
say they
Hamas
don't
command
like
and
violence,
control center
but they
underneath
all
and
watch.
catch Hamas fighters. It
Enemy
wasn't a control center and
rampage.
didn't catch anything. Is this a failure of intelligence or a deliberate effort to destroy Gaza by destroying the hospital?
Well, you know, Judge,
Has been destroyed.
sit here and speculate is probably pointless. We know what's true and what isn't. It didn't turn out to be what the Israelis anticipated or what perhaps they wanted to find. But in the meantime, the hospital is gone. And I think that's a precursor for what's coming across the boards. I mean, the idea is to now make it impossible for anyone to come back to Gaza who formerly lived there. I think that's the operation, and I think that mission is probably going to be accomplished.
And the goal of the IDF is to extricate and save hostages or to make Gaza unlivable.
I think making Gaza unlivable is the top priority, and that's not because they don't care about the hostages. They very much do. The problem is they don't have the knowledge regarding where they are. It's a tough situation to be in. In fact, I would argue that they've been playing catch up from the 7th of October. The whole intelligence apparatus has performed very poorly. So that's where they are. I don't know that there's much more to say about it other than, yeah, Gaza is going to be flattened.
Does the Israeli government not see that the IDF's continued massive cruelties against civilians is likely to produce a regional war, which might very well be detrimental to Israel?
Well, what you're asking is whether or not the Israelis believe that they could be the target of a regional war. In other words, that they would have to face a whole series or a group of capable opponents.
Right.
I don't think they believe that. And I think this is one of the core problems. Just as we took the position early on, first of all, that the Russians would never invade Ukraine. Secondly, when they did, they didn't know what they were doing and they were in over their heads. Third, that they were incompetent and inept and could never recover from their alleged mistakes up front. And then finally, that the Russian economy was doomed and the society would collapse and revolt and remove Putin. I think you have a similar phenomenon right now in Israel, in Jerusalem. I think the attitude is we're surrounded by mediocrities. They can't organize themselves. They're not capable. We just have to stay the course and get this job done. And we need to get it done quick because we understand that the support for us around the world will vanish. The longer this takes, the more hazard it is for us. And they're betting very heavily on us, obviously, that we are their backstop and that our presence offshore and in the region with air and naval power will be enough to persuade the various actors in the region to do nothing, to stand by and watch the population of Gaza either killed or driven out of Gaza.
Do you think that the presence of American air and naval power sitting there is enough to deter Hezbollah, Turkey, Jordan from doing something militarily to restrain the Israelis or resist the Israelis?
I think that the truth is as follows. No one in that region, neither the Turks nor the Iranians nor any of the Arabs and their governments want to go to war. It's not just with Israel. They're largely disinterested in war, period. They see their societies as fragile, their economies as fragile. They don't want to sustain the damage to their infrastructure that they know a war with Israel and ultimately the United States would entail. However, they are not fools, and they are watching what's happening, and they know that this is the first stage in a multi-stage operation designed to create greater Israel. from the Jordan River all the way to the Mediterranean. They know this. The Israelis have made that abundantly clear off and on for many years. This is not a secret. Now it's happening. It's happening because Mr. Netanyahu judges this as the opportune time to strike. His view is he's got us as his allies, that he effectively is calling the shots. And I think he is. I don't see much evidence that the Biden administration is doing anything other than talking. In the meantime, they're standing by with air and naval power to support the Israelis in the event that things get out of control. Now, I think they probably will. Will they get out of control this month, next month, or in 3 months? I don't know. But I think that the Israelis are, so to say, burning all of their bridges behind them in the region. Whenever they decide they've done enough, there will be no return to the former set of conditions that they lived under.
I want to ask you to speculate as a professional and career military officer how officers feel and react. Not talking about reservists, I'm talking about career military, when they are told they have to kill civilians, not as collateral, but as a target.
Well, I've never had that experience, and I don't know that many of us alive today have. I am unconvinced that that's an order being given to the Israeli Defense Force. My experience with the professionals in the Israeli Defense Force is that they are actually very careful to try and minimize civilian loss of life and damage. Now, in this setting, that's an impossibility. It doesn't matter whether or not you're trying to avoid killing or harming civilians. You can't help but do that. It's the density of the population, the numbers of human beings that are essentially lost at sea now. They have nowhere to go except to run. And I'm sure that the Israeli officers know that, but I don't believe in my heart that the Israeli officers under any circumstances want to deliberately murder them. Now, I can't speak for every Israeli soldier, reservist, or otherwise carrying a weapon. I'm just saying, based on my experience, the Israeli officers do not feel that way.
Well, they're not doing a very good job of failing to kill civilians. They've killed 13,000 already.
Well, let's face it, if you're going to attack from the air in a densely populated area, that's inevitable. There's nothing discretionary about it. And once you move in with ground forces and you take fire from a building above you, or you take fire from something in front of you, your predisposition is to immediately swing your gun tube forward, load the round, and put it in the direction from which the fire came. You're not going to wait around and ask, well, I wonder who else is in that building. And by the way, perhaps that person didn't really mean to shoot at me. That sort of thing doesn't occur to you, Judge. You want to stay alive. So I don't think it's a case of somebody who said, I want to go in and kill as many Arabs as I can. I think it's a case of a lot of soldiers that want to go in there and survive the experience.
Why do they drop 6 2,000-pound bombs on a refugee camp?
That's a different matter. That's a decision at the very highest levels. That's not something that people on the ground were asked about. That's an Air Force matter. We've done things like that too, Judge.
Oh, yes, I know that. Yes, we have. We carpet bombed Germany. We did a lot of carpet bombing.
Yeah, but we also did a lot of damage in Afghanistan and in Iraq. I mean, you know, we had these wedding parties that were attacked and people were killed that had absolutely nothing to do with one or individuals invited to the wedding.
What is the value of international of international law if it's not going to be enforced and there's no accountability for its patent violation?
You just answered your own question. International law is irrelevant unless it's enforced. Who is going to enforce it?
Right.
Problem with the United Nations. We haven't paid much attention to international law over the years. We're not a signatory to UNCLOS, the law of the sea. We haven't signed on for any of these things. So, it's what we choose or choose not to do. And I think that's the case with the Israelis at this point. All I'm saying is that my experience with Israeli army officers is that they do not deliberately kill civilians. But if I were in command and I had tanks and armored fighting vehicles and dismounted infantry moving down a street and we took fire from a couple of buildings, I would be very reluctant to send American soldiers or Marines into those buildings to take out the enemy. I would say the hell with that, and I would level it.
You think we're going to see American Marines on the ground in Gaza?
I don't know. I think anything is possible at this stage, and I think that's something I'd like to say because I don't think people understand certain things. First of all, from the standpoint of most Americans, well, not most Americans, but from the United States, we have no particular strategic interest in who lives in or controls Gaza. I mean, we need to understand that. It doesn't make any difference to us. Why do we care about what happens? Well, that's a different matter. It's now a question of, do we regard the operation that is ongoing as morally appropriate or reprehensible? And I think people are watching this film footage, seeing these images, and as much as they want to support Israel and think that Israel is justifiably angry at what happened on the 7th of October, they do not think that essentially forcibly expelling 1.7 million Arabs from their homes and destroying the infrastructure that supported them is justified. You know, in foreign affairs, a man named Reinhold Niebuhr wrote a great deal, and he used to say, paraphrasing Abraham Lincoln, that the challenge in American foreign policy was to link the contingencies of power with the principles of justice. That's what Americans are trying to do in their minds. I'm not sure the people in Washington are. I'm talking about the American people.
Right, I understand what you're saying, but how much killing is too much killing?
Well, that's a good question. If Americans could have seen the things that we did in previous wars on television, in other words, in real time, the way you watch it in Israel, I think the Vietnam War would have been over in a couple of years because people would have demanded the withdrawal of our forces, but they didn't.
So, as we speak, there's growing anxiety in the White House that Israeli military action in Lebanon may be exacerbating tensions there. And the White House has sent an emissary, a fellow that works in the White House who was born in Israel, to negotiate with the Israelis. The Israelis are firing as deep as 40 kilometers, 25 miles into Lebanon. So we'll start with the second part of this. Are they trying to provoke Hezbollah or degrade Hezbollah, or both?
I don't think they're necessarily trying to provoke at this point. I think they're trying to dissuade Hezbollah from entering the conflict more than anything else. There are those voices in the Israeli leadership that would like to make war on Iran, but they are not going to do that unless they can be certain of dragging us into it.
Right.
They're not fools. If they can't drag us into the war against Iran that they would like to conduct, then that's not going to happen. So I think it's really at this point an effort to dissuade them from going any further, and frankly, that's a message to everyone north of the Litani River, everyone in Lebanon, everyone in Syria, that if you're thinking about involving yourselves in this dispute, you know, we can lay waste to your country as well. This is the way the Israelis think, and this is the way they behaved over many decades, and it's generally worked for them. I don't think it works this time. I think it's backfiring badly.
What does this fellow Amos Hochstein, who's Joe Biden's emissary, born in Israel but raised in the U.S. and with dual citizenship, what is his goal? What is he trying to negotiate? What is he going to tell Prime Minister Netanyahu? Use smaller bombs, take a few hours off, stop killing people?
We don't know because we're not privileged to whatever instructions he's given. I'm not sure Joe Biden issued any instructions at all. Again, I'm not sure who's in charge. I don't think Joe Biden is necessarily truly in charge. Having said that, I'm very uncomfortable with anyone who is a dual citizen of both Israel and the United States representing United States interests. I would have felt more comfortable with someone unconnected to the region, either ethnically or religiously. We've been down this road before with people with Ukrainian ancestry in Ukraine. It's best that you pick people who are as remote from the area as possible. They may know something about it, and they should. You know, one of the reasons that when I was in graduate school, I chose to look at essentially Soviet military strategy towards Europe and Europe in general was because I have no connection to it. In other words, I wasn't going to be biased in any particular way for or against Poles, Russians, Germans, Czechs. I think it's best if you find someone like that. That's a true diplomat. This man is caught in a very difficult position. He's going to be reminded that he is a Jew, like the people on the ground that he's talking to.
Well, he's not only a Jew, he's an Israeli.
Yeah, of course, but you know, he's going to be reminded of that. Don't you understand us? Don't you understand what's at stake? So I don't know what he's being told to do, but thus far, whenever the administration has spoken about problems on the ground that they don't like, it's been talk, no action. No one has stood up and said, my dear friends in Israel, if you persist in this course of action, I'm going to have to withdraw U.S. forces from the area.
Should Joe Biden do that? Should he pick up the phone and tell that to Netanyahu in an effort to stop the slaughter in an hour?
Show me something new.
That he could, and I think he probably should. I think he should essentially say, look, we've come as far with you as we can. You know, we have moral obligations. We are not insensitive to the suffering of people who may not be Israelis, who are in fact Arabs, Muslims, and Christians. We're not siding against you. We're simply telling you that we've come as far as we can. We cannot move any further. I think Israelis in the past have heard that argument. They haven't always liked it, but I think they understand it. Mr. Netanyahu has never heard that. I don't think he will from this administration. I think whatever they say publicly is just irrelevant. They're going to stay the course and try to give the Israelis the time to wipe out Gaza as a living space for the people that were there, and try to herd whoever survives into Egypt or somewhere else.
Colonel, if what the Israeli military is doing in Gaza is a war crime, in my view it is. You're on the military side, I'm on the legal side. And if it's being done with the knowledge, consent, and support of the American government, and if it's being done with American weapons and ammunition, is not the American administration as liable for war crimes as is the Israeli?
I suppose you can make that argument, but as we said from the very beginning, it's meaningless. We're not a signatory to a whole range of treaties that would involve this. We don't support the International Court of Justice in The Hague. You could find plenty of reasons to prosecute Americans for things that were done in Iraq and probably Afghanistan. We're not signatories. We don't believe it. We don't support it. It's never going to happen. So I think the question is not relevant, Judge, to be perfectly blunt.
Well, we are signatories to the UN Charter, which we wrote. We are signatories to the Geneva Conventions, which we wrote. So these are basic rules of behavior for the military, and they prohibit the active, aggressive support of what the Israeli Defense Forces are doing, and we're supporting.
But the argument that will be launched in your direction is a very straightforward one. What are we supposed to do about the building that was destroyed? What are we supposed to do about these things? Now, you brought up the 2,000-pound bombs dropped on a refugee camp. That's a much different animal, let's face it. But having said that, in the rest of these things, you're going to do whatever is in the interest of your force to minimize your losses. And you try not to kill civilians who happen to be there. But you're going to get the argument, well, if they had any sense, we warned them to leave, they shouldn't have been there. And I just don't think that you can make that argument in a court of law against the Israeli Defense Force.
Well, I don't think this is ever going to get to a court of law. primarily because it just doesn't work that way. There are these problems. Is Vladimir Putin going to be prosecuted in the ICC? Of course, the International Criminal Court? Of course not. But when you talk about right and wrong and common decency and morality, the Israelis have lost that argument, have they not?
Oh, I think if they haven't lost it, they're losing it pretty fast. Now, what's really reprehensible to me, though, are the people that say, well, they're winning on the ground, but they're losing the moral high ground.
Next fool to ask about my
I don't see how you
mouthful
can do
of
one and
lamb.
not the other. You know, it's incomprehensible to me. If you're losing the moral high ground, then whatever fight you're pushing is not going to work anyway. And again, this is my point at the beginning. In this sort of no holds bar, we've had it. Gaza has to go. The people there have been a permanent threat to us. We're not going to tolerate this anymore. They've all got to go. That is the end of any future relationship that Israel could possibly have with anyone in the region. That's the problem. There is no way forward after. And at some point, and I can't predict that, the region will rise up and they are going to have a tough time surviving it.
Over the weekend, an op-ed appeared in the Washington Post with the president's signature on it, in which he stated effectively, I think I'm summarizing it unfairly, we are wedded at the hip to Israel. We are their greatest ally. Oh, by the way, we want a two-state solution. Now, you talk about not being able to have it both ways. I mean, this is inconceivable with the present government of Israel, is it not?
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the things that Mr. Netanyahu set out to permanently destroy, Judge, the two-state solution. I see no evidence for that in the future at all. And since we know that the two will never live together within the framework of one state, well, it's over. This is now a war between two implacable enemies, and neither will ever reconcile with the other.
So when Prime Minister Netanyahu said Israel will provide the security for Gaza, that's not what he wants. He doesn't want to run Gaza, to govern Gaza. He wants the Palestinians gone so that Israel can be extended to the Mediterranean, and he used this as the opportunity to do it. And by the way, as long as the war keeps going, he stays in office and he stays a free man.
Well, the last point is one that I just don't know enough about him to make that assumption. I have to believe that whatever he is, he's an Israeli patriot. I think he believes he's acting in the interest of his people and his country. Now, as far as the rest of it is concerned, you're correct. This is over. And what you will have is Israeli security in Gaza, and it won't be a giant problem because there won't be anybody there who's an Arab.
Is there life beyond revenge?
Well, someone said, if you're going to embark on revenge, you'd better dig two graves.
Counting my scars after a long
And
day
I
of
think
beating
this is
up
the
bad
problem for
guys.
the Israelis. This is why I've argued for a ceasefire. You know, I'm one of these people. I've been to Israel several times. I can think very highly of the Israeli Defense Force. That's where I've spent most of my time. I like these people. I'd like to see them survive. And I'm afraid that they're killing the two-state solution, and they're trying to dig one grave. They don't realize they're digging another one,
Colonel McGregor, always a pleasure, my dear friend.
and I'm glad you see it that way, Judge.
Well, I mean, here's how I see it. About 250,000 people are watching, and they deeply appreciate the analysis from your very cultured, educated brain and from your lifetime of experience in the military. And I am foremost among those who appreciate it. I also enjoy, of course, our camaraderie and our friendship, no matter what we're discussing.
Well, I think lots of chickens are coming home to roost here in the United States. And it may not be this administration that signals their intention to pull out.
Right.
Leave Mr. Netanyahu to fend for himself. But our economy may fail to perform. The financial situation may deteriorate ahead of that. and right now we have a foolish administration that continues to talk about, as you heard Janet Yellen the other day, oh, we can afford 2 wars. I listen to people saying, well, we can afford 3 wars. We can always go to war with China over Taiwan. We can go to war with Russia. We can go to war with the entire Islamic world if necessary. This is all insane.
Right.
It's nonsense. And we're governed by people who are the captives of magical thinking. And frankly, I think they're all whistling past the graveyard. And the graveyard is where these people are going to end up. I'm talking about the people in Washington as well as the people right now in Israel who are pushing this.
You know, I was going to say thank you, and we'll see you next time. If you give me a few more minutes, give us a few more minutes. There are other graveyards here. So as we speak, the Secretary of Defense of the United States is in Kyiv meeting with the President Zelensky. On Friday, the Foreign Minister of Great Britain, who is the former Prime Minister, David Cameron, made his first official trip as Foreign Minister to Kyiv. What are they telling him? Surely they can't be telling him we have your back. Because what he needs, the Congress is not going to give. The British can't give unless they're going to send British troops there. He needs human beings more than anything else. Am I right?
Yeah, well, he needs more than that because you just can't put a human being in uniform. It takes time to train somebody and make them effective inside a unit. I think what they're telling him is designed to do 2 things. First, they want to put a happy face on the dead rat. The war is lost. It's over. Avdiivka is going to fall if it hasn't already. The Russians are going to sweep up to the Dnieper. They may well drive right into Kiev. And so I think the second thing is that they're going to tell him it's time for you to step down, Mr. Zelensky. You are the face of the war. Someone else has to come in here, pick up the pieces, meet with the Russians, sign the document that turns over the terrain, territory, whatever, that Russia wants, and end this war because we are not in a position to support you anymore. I think that's what's being said privately.
And if he does that, does he face a threat from the Nazis on his right and in his military, a threat to his not only his tenure as president, but his life on Earth?
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't see a great deal of sympathy for him. And, you know, he's standing on a mountain of lies. That's the problem in Washington. People are standing on a mountain of lies. They haven't told the American people the truth about anything. And that's the problem with Zelensky. Only the people in Ukraine have figured it out. Ukrainians have discovered what's happening. They know. They see the press gangs. They know how many people have died. And they want an end to it. So his problem is not just satisfying the desire of his countrymen to end the war. He's going to be the target of retribution. I'd be surprised if he survives this. Even if he manages to get out of the country, I rather suspect someone will give him the Trotsky treatment. Wow. In other words, an ice pick through the skull.
Correct. Colonel, a happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, and much gratitude from the audience and from your humble correspondent.
Well, leave the
what are you talking about, humble correspondent?
leave the ice pick alone, whatever you do, and have a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Colonel. All the best.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Hey, I totally get what you're saying about the situation in the Middle East. It seems like there's this emerging alliance among various powers, all responding to what's happening with Israel and the U.S., and at the same time, we're engaging in what we claim are targeted strikes against Iranian-backed Shiite militias in places like Syria and Iraq. But you're pointing out that it might be a bit of a misconception to assume that all these groups are taking orders directly from Iran. The Iraqi militias, for instance, are more like nationalist organizations, even though they're Shiite. They're acting independently. Those attacks on U.S. positions, they seem more like signals and warnings rather than full-scale offensives.
Picked up a few
It's
tricks
almost like
around
they're
my
trying to
house.
make everyone aware that things could escalate into a major conflict with Israel and the U.S. I get the sense that we're kind of responding to these signals by deploying carrier battle groups, increasing our ground presence in Syria and Iraq, and setting up air defense units. But you're highlighting a critical point. We might not be fully prepared for a major conflict. There's a lack of ammunition and logistical support, and those carrier battle groups, which are supposed to be a deterrent, might not be as effective as we think. It's almost like we're relying on this concept of battleship diplomacy, expecting others to back down because we have these powerful military assets. However, you're rightly pointing out that in the 21st century, it's not just about having carrier battle groups that can launch a bunch of cruise missiles and aircraft. Winning wars requires more than that, and the people on the ground are aware of this reality. It's a complex situation, and it seems like the potential for a major war is hanging in the balance. What do you think could be a more effective?
Welcome to our channel, where we explore the science behind health and wellness in a way that anyone can understand. Today, we're diving into the fascinating world of anti-aging benefits, and we've got an unlikely hero, taurine. You might not have heard much about this amino acid, but it holds some incredible anti-aging secrets.
Conversion, it was between 3 to 6 grams, which is already quite large. But would allosteric conversion be appropriate for this kind of supplement?
Yeah, I mean, this is a concern I always have with metabolites, right? So the whole, idea behind allosteric conversions is that smaller animals tend to metabolize drugs faster and eliminate them faster. So you have to use higher doses, or conversely, when you go to larger animals, you can scale the dose down a bit in general. But when you're dealing with a metabolite like taurine or like NAD, which is what my lab works on mainly, you're trying to change the concentration in a given volume of tissue. And you may therefore have to scale by body weight to get the same effect. So, I mean, you could see an argument for needing to go as high as 20 grams of taurine to say that you're using the same dose, which, ultimately has to be determined by actual dosing and measuring, outcomes on target measures, either the concentration that you're achieving in tissues, or some of the downstream effects that we're interested in, which is always the challenge to identify what those are.
Yes. So they saw a number of benefits, like in terms of measuring, right? So antioxidant effects, improvements in tRNA for mitochondria. So of these, which ones do you think would be most important for lifespan or health span extension?
Yeah, that's the question right now, right? I mean, I think even the authors don't have a very clear idea exactly which one it is. And taurine's one of these confusing molecules that just, it has a lot of potential mechanisms of action, and it's not clear that there's any one smoking gun. The really attractive one mechanistically, I think, is the mitochondrial tRNA mechanism that you mentioned. This was discovered only recently, that taurine is attached to the transfer RNAs in mitochondria, which are what bring the amino acids, to the ribosome when you're synthesizing proteins. And the taurine's anchored at the third position in the codon that's being read, which is the wobble position. So that's where the most mistakes get made when you're incorporating amino acids into proteins. And taurine is necessary to avoid making more mistakes. Essentially, if the taurine's missing, there's a much greater chance you'll put the wrong amino acids in some mitochondrial proteins. And some of those are involved in the electron transport chain. And so there's a really nice, clear argument there, I think, that if you're taurine deficient, you might mess up making some of the mitochondrial proteins. The mitochondria don't work as well. You could generate more reactive oxygen species, or fail to generate enough ATP. And so there's a really clear, coherent idea. But there's no real proof yet that we can't tolerate that level of mismatch, and that it's not just fine again as soon as you get a little more taurine into the system. So I think that's one idea that's really interesting to explore, but maybe it's too easy an explanation given all the other things taurine is doing.
Right. So one of them appears to be antioxidant, although it seems a very specific antioxidant and not that good, but it did seem to lower oxidative stress. Is that correct?
Yeah, so taurine, this is one of the general observations that's made often, is you supplement taurine and oxidative stress goes down. And so it leads to taurine being described as an antioxidant. But as you said, it's really only an antioxidant for hypochlorite, right? So it makes taurochlorine, which itself, is a signaling molecule and seems to activate some antioxidant defenses. And so it may be that sort of indirect route that's critical. And chlorotaurine, it has many other anti-inflammatory properties, and may itself be a beneficial mediator of some of taurine's apparent effects. Hypotaurine, which is the step before taurine in synthesis, is a good antioxidant. And so upregulating the taurine synthesis pathways may have antioxidant effects that are more attributable to hypotaurine. And then earlier in that pathway, you start with cysteine, which is also an antioxidant amino acid, and a precursor to glutathione, which is a critical antioxidant in the cells. And so you can imagine by supplementing taurine and turning off the synthesis pathway, actually you may spare a lot of antioxidants, that end up going into other pathways. And then if I can add one more, taurine itself is a substrate for enzymes in the transsulfuration pathway to generate hydrogen disulfide, which is a gas that, again, is like taurine is a bit of an antioxidant itself, but its concentration is too low for it to probably be the real antioxidant that's doing things. And instead, it's probably acting as a signaling molecule to induce more antioxidant defenses. And so there's this net antioxidant effect when you give taurine, but it's really hard to put your finger on exactly which is the critical mechanism that's accounting for it.
And I saw you also said that it's not clear that increasing antioxidants actually extends lifespan, right? Or health span. Is that correct?
I mean, it's actually clear that they don't in terms of like the ACE, common antioxidant vitamins you would think about. I mean, those at this point have been studied, ad nauseum, and in human studies with meta-analyses, there's very little evidence for a benefit for supplementing those vitamins. Even in secondary prevention, where you only give them to people who have already had a heart attack or something and prevent the next one, and they're not effective that we can measure for the most part.
That is interesting. So one of the things you said in the paper, in your perspective paper, I saw that you said, does taurine work through calorie restriction or not? Is like one of the things to kind of, I guess, divide up the way it works in terms of life extension. Could you just talk a little bit about that? I mean, why do you divide things like that? Why is calorie restriction so important?
Well, I think it's a convenient point in the flowchart to think about how we need to work to understand it next. So if you are causing calorie restriction, we're still struggling to understand how calorie restriction works, but at that point, maybe you can start to let go of mechanisms that are specific to the molecule if you know it's causing calorie restriction, and then you can more generally try to understand why restricting calories is extending lifespan. And so that's for taurine in this paper. They did track food intake, because this is obviously a concern with any study that you're just inducing calorie restriction. You can give a drug that makes the animals feel nauseous and they don't eat as much, and you may get a lifespan extension by that, but it's not maybe the strategy we want to take. And so they did track food intake, and it was actually normal. So that part was reassuring, that it seems like you're not actually reducing the amount of food going into the animals, but they do lose body weight. And so there's a bit of an increase in energy expenditure. So it's possible they're just burning more calories because of something that taurine's doing, maybe upregulating mitochondrial function. But the other question mark, I think, is what's happening to nutrient absorption. So they measure gut transit time as well, and that goes down. So there's faster transit of food through the gut in the taurine-treated animals. I think that can be viewed in two ways. One of them is that gut transit time does slow as we age. And so this may be an anti-aging effect, that you're sort of restoring the youthful transit time. But it also, raises a potential concern that maybe you're actually transiting some of that nutrient through the gut before you've had a chance to absorb it, and you're losing some calories that way. So I think that's something that wasn't answered here, is what are calories out, the fecal output? Are we really absorbing the same number of calories? And regardless, even if that is normal, given the increase in energy expenditure and the decrease in body weight, if we had weight matched animals, would the taurine ones still be living longer? I think it's going to be important to start to sort out those variables, right? You'd want to see that an animal of the same body weight not getting taurine doesn't live as long as the one getting taurine, to really want to dig into the specific mechanisms for taurine versus consider this maybe something that's related to energy balance.
And it may impact like fat absorption as well, because it impacts like the bile.
Yeah, so the taurine is one of the head groups on bile acids.
Mm.
And so, yeah, so it certainly might specifically be affecting the amount of the fat that's absorbed, because you're using you're secreting bile acids into the gut lumen to kind of solubilize the fats that are in the food and aid their absorption across the intestinal wall. So if there was something that wasn't being absorbed as well, it would probably be fats, which would obviously decrease the energy content you're absorbing from the diet.
Right. So so supplementing with taurine would decrease the fat intake potentially. I would.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Well, it decrease it damages the system that absorbs the fat.
I see.
But we are pretty good at absorbing fat. So, I think experimentally we need to determine whether you can compensate and you get the fat anyway eventually, or whether this really causes a problem that leads you to excrete some fat.
Right. One thing they noted was that taurine does decline with age, right? And do we know why that is? And kind of related to that, we make taurine internally and we also absorb it. Do you have any idea what the percentage between those two is?
So early in life, we rely quite a bit on dietary taurine. So this is why it was classified as a semi-essential nutrient. If you don't get enough taurine during development, you can have serious problems. But later in life, as adults, it seems like we make most of it, of what we need at that point. So there have been studies on vegans where taurine is present in animal products, but not in plants. So vegans are essentially getting no taurine in the diet, and their blood levels of taurine are maybe 15% lower than omnivores. And so it seems like that they were able to compensate pretty well for the almost total loss of taurine from the diet as adults. Where other species like cats don't make taurine ever, they're completely reliant on dietary taurine, and this is one of the reasons why if you're making homemade cat food and feeding them plant-based diets like a vegan diet or something, the cats can't survive. They actually need supplemental taurine.
Right.
But humans can generally get by without it once they're grown.
Okay, because I guess cats eat nothing but meat, so they get lots of taurine. It's not worth.
Yeah. Yeah, in their
generating
natural
their own.
environment, they would. But this is one of these issues where you hear about people, making their pets vegan and them not doing so well, and that's one of the reasons.
So the inability to synthesize could be why it goes down with age. Right.
Right. So I think that's what the evidence is kind of pointing to. It seems like
Right.
there must be a decrease in overall synthesis, or we would have been compensating better than we do with age.
Right. Okay.
Actually, there's that story is getting a little bit more interesting too, because it seems like the majority of synthesis in rodent models that have been studied up till now is in the liver. But in humans, it was just discovered that the last step in taurine synthesis, which actually had been unknown, how to get from hypotaurine to taurine, that's catalyzed by an enzyme called flavin monoxygenase 1, which is not expressed in human liver. And so now I think there's a lot of work to do to figure out exactly where it's being made in humans.
Interesting. Yes. I mean, does the concentration of taurine differ in different tissues? I'm sure it does, but do we have any idea where? Like what the concentration looks like?
So it's in the millimolar range and up to about 60 millimolar is about the highest that's been reported in tissues. Heart has a really high level of it. It was in the tens of millimolar. And then some of these cells in the immune system have really high levels. But it's not entirely clear, I think, why certain cells have much higher levels than others.
The results seem very good so far, at least in the mice. And we know that taurine goes down in humans as well. So do you see that there are any potential risks? Because as we were kind of discussing, that like the dosage could be quite large.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things that are potentially concerning. So taurine's been shown to interact with GABAergic receptors on neurons, and so those are inhibitory neurons in the brain, neurological system. And there's potential that when you supplement really high doses of taurine, you could increase the amount in the extracellular space more than we meant to, and that could potentially cause some unintended inhibitory neurotransmission and maybe modulate things in ways we don't really understand. There is a little bit of evidence that the ultrastructure of bone might change with chronic taurine supplementation. So overall, it seems like bone mineral density actually goes up. But there have been a couple of studies where they've looked more closely at the fine structure and argued that it might actually be a little bit detrimental in that case. So I think it's something we have to keep an eye on what the net benefit for bone health ultimately is. And then I think it's just this, question. It's just being a guinea pig, right? I think with anything, there's things we can't foresee, and we just have to be careful to keep an eye on it as this probably will move into human trials. I think there's a good expectation of safety based on being a high percentage of our bodies already, and certainly a naturally occurring molecule that we're ingesting all the time. So I think we certainly will move forward, but I think it's important to do that in a controlled way, with good monitoring under medical supervision, and not to have people go out and take, kilograms of it themselves and just hope for the best.
In a normal diet, do you have any idea how much taurine a person would normally get? I mean, if you eat a lot of seafood or meat, would you get grams worth of taurine?
Not grams, probably, maybe around 100 milligrams.
Wow.
Somewhere around.
Okay. So supplementing is going to be significantly different. Yeah,
for sure.
Any last kind of comments on the paper?
One of the confusing aspects of taurine biology is that it probably is acting as an osmolyte, and that's not really discussed in the paper. But it's one of the original reasons it was thought to potentially be important, right? So it's one of these substances that the cells can, release or take up to control the osmolarity, the amount of water that they're taking in. And potentially to control ionic strength a little bit. So it's zwitterionic, which means that it has both a positive and a negative charge. So the net charge on taurine is 0, but there is a positive, a charge and a negative charge in different points in the molecule. And so it has a lot of properties that might turn out to be important, but are hard to understand or think about in a meaningful way. So people don't talk about it a lot anymore. So it can, like I said, modulate the amount of water that's in the cell, and these charged regions can displace ions from proteins and alter protein folding. In many cases, improve protein folding, essentially act as chemical chaperones by displacing, maybe smaller ions that are denaturing from different positions on the proteins. And so I think there's a lot of really nebulous effects, that it may be having that I think are really going to be challenging to tease out, but that really might be critical in understanding ultimately what the net effect of taurine in the body is, where it can chaperone ions, water molecules, and proteins around the cell, and just have subtle modifying effects on a lot of these things. You're dealing with something at such a high concentration that's sort of ubiquitous in the cell. There's a lot of these effects that really might turn out to have a net important benefit, but are really hard to pin down.
Yes. So would it be able to pass through the cell wall? Because it's charged, right?
Right. It is transported, so it has to be. We know it's transported because of the gradients that can be achieved, right? Because in the extracellular space, it's about 100 micromolar, and say in heart cells, it can be up to 60 millimolar. And so it's one of the things where we have sort of the best evidence that it can't pass through passively, or you would never achieve these gradients.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Because in the paper they said that they had a mouse with a transporter knockout, and it was not well, as I recall.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was wonderful. Thank you. I mean, it gives us a better perspective on that paper, which has got a lot of press in it. It's a very interesting paper. So
yeah, no, I think it's going to blow this field open a little bit. I mean, like I said, taurine was studied for decades. Whole careers were spent on taurine in the past, and because these mechanisms were pretty nebulous and it wasn't clear where to go next, I think people have generally forgotten about it for a few decades now, other than sort of supplementation and energy drinks. And now this is sort of drawing everyone's attention back where it should be, I think.
Yes, that's really. Do you have any idea why was it Dr. Singh felt that taurine would extend lifespan?
I don't. I mean, there are some human trials going on for taurine in a few different conditions, like in heart failure. And and other things where it seems to have potentially some metabolic benefit. And I think, and there was some older data suggesting it might go down with age. So I think maybe he just thought it was worth taking a harder look. I think it's hard to argue with the fact that it's 0.1% of our body weight. Maybe something we should understand.
Yeah, yes, it is amazing, and I had not really heard about it very much before. Okay, so Dr. Bao, thank you so much for writing the perspective paper and coming in and talk to us about it.
Thanks for having me. My pleasure.
lot of mouse experiments, but you looked at humans. And one of the things you did when you were looking at humans was the exercise, right? So you had some people. So there was a couple of questions. So one is, why did you think exercising was going to increase Turing? I mean, why did you include that experiment?
We did not include it out of the blue. The reason to include exercise is that exercise is one of the best anti-aging intervention. So our goal here was to investigate in a best anti-aging intervention, does it regulate taurine metabolism correctly?
Yeah.
And that is why we put these different sedentary individuals, marathon runners, bodybuilders, and sprinters through a bout of exercise to see does exercise increase taurine levels, and perhaps taurine could be a mediator in some of the health benefits of exercise. And that is what we noted, is that variety of taurine metabolites, including taurine, were increasing post-exercise in across different spectrum of human muscle groups. For example, sedentary subjects, bodybuilders, which utilize, so there is a glycolytic versus non-glycolytic muscle utilization. When you have a bodybuilder versus sprinters and marathoners, all of them taurine went up, N-acetyl taurine went up, and that hypotaurine went up. So it tells us that taurine metabolism is affected by exercise, and perhaps some of the health benefits of exercise are mediated by taurine.
Were you able to see how long taurine levels remained elevated after the bout of exercise?
We did not investigate this notion because after exercise, taurine was increased and its metabolites were increased. And taurine is quickly taken up in the cells, and whatever remains, whatever is not required, is excreted out of the kidneys. So kidneys remove any excess. And that is why, if you look at in literature, no, as far as I can find, there are no detrimental effect of taurine excess reported, because any excess that is beyond ability of the cells to take is cleared from the body by kidney excretion.
Interesting. So how good a kind of proxy for the amount of taurine you have is plasma taurine?
Well, that is a very important question. In my view, there are a lot of genetic, we have some evidences now that there are many genetic polymorphisms that are affecting the plasma or serum levels of taurine in healthy versus individuals that have health problems. And that, I think, will be an important question going forward to investigate how people's genetic makeup is affecting the plasma or serum levels of taurine. Because depending on these genetic backgrounds, we are outbred species. Humans are outbred for good, because we generate genetic diversity and we increase the vigor. And that is why in inbred populations, you have precipitation of diseases. So many populations in the world are inbred, localities which are inbred, and you have precipitation of these genetic diseases. So now these genetic polymorphisms will tell us what are the different, across genome wide, what are the different genes that are contributing to taurine maintenance of a healthy state of taurine. And that is where, again, we do not know. And there are a lot of questions. This study has raised 100 more questions than we out to answer. We do not know what is the healthy range of taurine across different populations. And that is the goal, immediate goal for us, is to define that healthy range. For example, for many molecules, we know healthy range. If you look at glucose, for example, a fasting glucose beyond 150 milligram per deciliter would be bad. A fed glucose beyond the 250 would be bad. So we know this healthy range of different molecules, and our goal is now to define the healthy range of taurine across different ethnicities. In order for us to define what kind of intervention we would require depending on the genetic makeup of the individual. So we are now diverging towards precision medicine or a precision nutrition, actually. Not a medicine. It is not a medicine, it's a food. So precision nutrition. So we are diverging ourselves in defining this healthy range. Perhaps in some situations there could be taurine resistance as well. For example, some studies have reported that obesity could be depending on the genetic background, could be a state of taurine resistance. So taurine levels can be elevated in obese individuals. But there are more studies need to be done, because those are observation studies. We need to have more mechanistic studies to investigate those processes. And humans are unique species, we are outbred. So it is going to take some time, in my view.
Why is magnesium important? Magnesium plays many crucial roles in the body, such as supporting muscle and nerve function and energy production. To ensure that we have sufficient magnesium, my wife and I take Magnesium Breakthrough from Biooptimizers. Do you know
There
that there
are
are
people
two
beginning
options
to
to use
question the thing,
magnesium?
though. That's the good news. Even in Germany, as well as in Austria, Switzerland, some people in France, but not on the scale that we would like. Of course, in Great Britain, there doesn't seem to be anyone of note questioning it. There are a few spokesmen, but unfortunately, the monopoly in the hands of the people that control the media guarantees that only one message is trumpeted through the mainstream.
Here's your fellow West Point graduate, General Petraeus, on his belief, he claims sincerely, that Ukraine can isolate Crimea and isolate President Putin.
At most this fighting season, hopefully cut off that ground line of communication, isolate Crimea, and at some point demonstrate to Russia that this is not winnable and that it's not actually survivable. Russia ultimately concluded after nearly 10 years that Afghanistan was not sustainable. And that's what needs to be conveyed here. By the way, we need to play our part in this as well, because Vladimir Putin doesn't yet look in the mirror and see somebody who's made a catastrophically horrific decision for his country. He sees a leader of a proud people who outsuffered Napoleon's army and outsuffered the Nazis, and still thinks he can outsuffer the Ukrainians, the Europeans, and the Americans. And the sooner we convince him that that is not going to be the case with a comprehensive approach, what we provide to Ukraine, what we do to the Russian economy, export controls, diplomatically, and so forth, then and only then do I think you have an opportunity where you might have some kind of resolution of this war and avoid a new frozen conflict, let's say, with new front line.
At least he's recognizing the history of the Russian peoples resisting heroically, but at great cost, the various efforts by Europeans to invade them. But he still seems to think that somehow the U.S. can help Ukraine liberate Crimea. This is the first time I've heard him get this far off the range.
Well, the first thing I'd point out is this use of the word out-suffering, I think, is an insult. He forgets that in 1815, 200,000 troops marched into Paris, and it was ultimately the Russian component that was decisive for the defeat of Napoleon. So I think the notion that the Russians can bleed but are otherwise incompetent is nonsense. Setting all that propaganda aside, there's no evidence for any breakthrough anywhere. In fact, if you're Vladimir Putin, you know that the Ukrainians are in terrible condition. In fact, Vladimir Putin has large numbers of generals urging him to pull the trigger and launch an attack all the way to the Upper River. And again, thus far, he's resisted that. And he has various views on the subject, one of which is he still wants ultimately a relationship with the West. So he's bending over backwards to try and avoid a conflict that would make such a relationship impossible. So he's held back. How much longer that will go on is anybody's guess. But there's no evidence of any kind for anything that Dave Petraeus had to say, sadly.
Colonel, is the United States Navy and the British Navy and various European navies planning war games in the Black Sea on the very coast of Russia as we speak?
Yeah, it turns out that an announcement was made by the Romanian Ministry of Defense today that there will be a joint combined NATO naval exercise in the Black Sea. Most of the ships are already there, but perhaps not all of them. We don't know. They're now saying that in addition to the British, the French, Romanians, there are also going to be some Turkish vessels, as well as obviously U.S. participation. The story is that given Russia's barbarity and widespread commissions of evil everywhere, we have to conduct a quote unquote freedom of navigation operation as part of this exercise in order to put the Russians in their place and show them that they can't monopolize the Black Sea. Now, that's the cover story, the public argument that's being made. Privately, I'm being told by my European sources that there is a plan to try and escort vessels carrying arms to the Ukrainians into Odessa. I hope that's not true because, in addition to the freedom of navigation exercise, depending upon what they do under that title, that's dangerous in and of itself. If they sail too close to Crimea or the Russian coast, then it seems reasonable that there would be some sort of confrontation. The Russians aren't going to tolerate that. And we've already had problems with the drones that we flew in the area that were attacked and shot down. There will be no backing off by the Russians at all. Remember, last year there was an incident involving the Royal Navy, which got a little close, and aircraft were scrambled, and the Russians made it very clear, don't do this again. The next time, we will sink you. So I don't know what they're planning to do under freedom of navigation, but if it's risky or reckless, they could get into a fight with the Russians and ultimately they will lose. You can't defeat a power ashore from the sea, certainly not from a puddle like the Black Sea.
Colonel, do you fear that the United States...
Well, there's no evidence, at least as far as I know, that we or any of our allied warships would deliver those arms. The idea is that, freighters, commercial vessels coming in potentially with arms could be escorted by us in some fashion. British, French, US, Turkish, Romanian. If that's true, then obviously we're in a lot of trouble because the Russians shut that operation down involving grain shipments simply because all the vessels would show up with arms, offload the arms, and then fill up on grain and repeat the process. The Russians said, we're not going to tolerate that anymore. So if we're doing that, we're going to get into trouble. We're going to end up losing vessels. The Russians are not going to sit there and do nothing. And perhaps that's what the administration wants. I mean, after all, these are the same people that have announced that they want to send ATACMS, Army Tactical Missile Systems, over there with a 300-kilometer range, which allows the Ukrainians to attack into Russia again.
Colonel, this is a provocation orchestrated probably at the highest levels of the American government. This is crazy. We are not militarily prepared to sustain such a provocation. This is almost like FDR manipulating the Japanese into bombing Pearl Harbor.
Well, he also tried very hard to provoke the Germans, but the Germans would not be provoked. And so his attempt to involve the United States Navy in a U-boat war failed miserably. But this time around, if you're going to operate in the Black Sea, which from the Russian standpoint, it's even more than something on the level of the Caribbean. Because, we regard the St. Lawrence Seaway and the Great Lakes as essentially ours. I mean, the Canadians and we. So we're not going to permit foreign warships to sail up the St. Lawrence Seaway. And I would argue that if we try to sail these warships into the Black Sea, they will be under very, very close surveillance. And if they come too close to anything that's vitally important to the Russians will act. The bad news here, Judge, is that there are a lot of Russians who are very angry with us. And I do worry a great deal that they are salivating at the prospect of inflicting damage. After all, we've been sending hundreds of tanks and armored fighting vehicles and millions of rounds of ammunition, all designed to kill Russians. So I think the danger is very real. That if we are incautious, we could find ourselves at war with Russia in the Black Sea.
Tell me how it works in that area with grain. I mean, if as I understand it, the Turkey has a huge industry in processing grain into flour. That flour is sold Europe. President Putin's not going to interfere with that unless it's Ukrainian grain. Do I have that right?
Yes, because again, the Russians allowed vessels carrying grain to come in, pick up grain, and export it. The problem was that those same vessels were importing arms. They were the war effort. That's why the Russians said, no more, we're not going to tolerate it. Now, I don't think Erdogan has to worry about a loss of access to Russian grain unless he's given orders to his vessels to essentially support the others that are there. See, NATO is a very strange animal. Whenever you have a NATO exercise, each nation stipulates in great detail what their respective forces can and cannot do. So there's no such thing as an operation in which everybody does the same thing. The French have instructions, the British have instructions, the Turks do, the Romanians do. Those instructions will not be the same. And the commander of the whole operation is supposed to be a Romanian admiral. He will be aware of the differences in those orders. And so what we may do, or what the British may do, are things that the others will not do. It's a very odd set of circumstances, but that's the way NATO works.
Would something like this need the approval of the President of the United States, Colonel?
One would think so, especially given the circumstances, but I don't know who's in charge. I mean, we say President Biden is the commander-in-chief. That sounds fine, but what evidence do we have that he's really in touch with all these details? You know, we know the Navy has a long history of independent command at sea, and they like to operate as they see fit.
There is no strength
when Jimmy Carter was president, he wanted the Navy to go into the Persian Gulf with a carrier battle group. They actually turned around and sailed in a different direction because they weren't going to put a carrier battle group into the Persian Gulf because it would be a very lucrative target. So, I mean, we know the Navy does what it thinks is best and what it wants to do. So I don't know what instructions the admirals have. That would be worth knowing. It would be nice to know what the British government is telling their people to do, and the British have actually been more aggressive towards Russia than almost anyone else in NATO.
Can I tell you what I think? And of course, I'm not a military historian. You know my field. You and Ritter and McGregor and Johnson and the others have educated me in all this. I think the neocons in the American government have decided this is the way to provoke Russia. The Ukrainian offensive has failed. It can't get anywhere near its goal. It's running out of ammunition. We don't even have artillery shells to give them anymore, which is why we're sending the cluster bombs over there. And this is to poke the bear in his rib or maybe in his eye and see what happens. And if that's the case, I'll use this word. It's insane. It's insane. It's reckless. It's unconstitutional.
Well, I think it's reckless. It leaves a constitutional question of view. But I think the problem is that there are people in Washington. And I think they're in the White House. I think they're on the Hill, in the State Department, in the intelligence agencies, and the Department of Defense, who genuinely believe that this might be a way to induce the Russians to negotiate. Now, we need to understand something. This is not informed by any reasonable insight. This is fanciful thinking. The Russians hold the winning hand right now strategically. They haven't taken the heavy casualties imputed to them. The Ukrainians have, and they're in terrible condition. Hospitals are full, graves are being dug all the time, hundreds of thousands of people are being killed, hundreds of thousands wounded. The Ukrainians are so desperate that they are trying to get the Polish government, other governments in NATO to round up Ukrainian citizens who are refugees in their country, who are able, quote unquote, able-bodied men, and send them back to Ukraine to fight. That's an indication of a successful military operation, if you ask me. But for some reason, I think there are foolish people who really believe the Russians will shy away from taking direct action against us. And I think part of that is just between you and me and the public listening is Vladimir Putin's fault. Putin has sat on his duff in these defensive positions too long. And he's conveyed the impression to people, wrong impression, that for some reason he can't attack. That's not true. But I think that perception is very strong in Washington and London. The outcome is this dumb idea of effectively provoking the Russians. And what is the best place to do that historically if you're an American? At sea. Most of our conflicts have begun at sea. Look at the incidents of the Spanish-American War. Look at the incidents with the Germans and with the Lusitania. Go into World War II. Look at the incidents involving the Japanese and the Germans, and ultimately the provocation towards the Japanese work. We've had problems with this thing called the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. Subsequently, we've had incidents involving North Korea at sea. The sea is a very dangerous place. But if you're determined to provoke your enemy, and it looks like that's the case in Washington, then the Black Sea is obviously ideally suited to it.
Colonel, this morning you sent me a piece to read, which argued that Ukraine is...
The numbers that I sent to you in that particular article, that came from an Austrian publication. And the publication based its findings on several other sources. But they said 382,000 had been killed last year, 2022. So that would suggest that the totals are well over 400,000. I don't know. I'm comfortable with the 400,000 number. Most of the analysts that I know that I trust, and you talk to some of them, agree that 400,000 killed in action is reasonable. Now, they also provided some numbers for the so-called mercenaries, foreign volunteers, and so forth fighting the Ukrainians. And that is some 54,000, apparently, or 32,000 casualties killed and wounded. And I don't know how many of those foreigners are still left. That's a very large number, too. So, again, I think what we can conclude with some degree of certainty is Ukraine is losing this war very badly. They're bleeding to death. That's clear.
Is there a comparable, not comparable, but is there a credible number of Russian military killed? It can't possibly be this number. If Ritter's numbers are correct, if it's a 7-to-1 ratio, then we're down to about 50 or 60,000 Russians to 450,000 Ukrainians.
No, I think Scott's correct. And he has a different calculus than he uses. But I think most of us are coming to similar conclusions. And I think that's ultimately going to find out at some point in the future. But right now, nobody's going to reveal the truth. So you're dependent on all the open source information that's out there. The bottom line is that this is key. The Ukrainians are losing. They're not close to victory. They're not going to get close to victory. They've had it. And remember that the Russians are growing in strength with each passing day. I've seen figures that suggest that between now and the first of the year, there'll be another 300,000 Russian troops under arms, fully trained, joining the 750,000 that are out there now. Now that's over 1 million. And eventually you know that their target is to get to 1.2 million. So there's no chance for the Ukrainians to win this.
Why do you think President Putin is hesitant to this once and for all in a selection?
Well, I've thought a lot about that. You have to go back and listen to him over the last 2-3 decades. Again, Vladimir Putin is the one Russian who's lived a substantial portion of his life in the West. A lot of those years were spent in Germany. He speaks German fluently. He knows large numbers of Germans, businessmen, as well as military leaders. He understands the West probably better than anyone who's been in charge in Russia for generations. He wants a relationship with the West. He said that. He's made that very clear. He was asked, do you think Russia is part of the West? He said, Russia is certainly a European power, and we want to be part of Europe. I mean, you can't be more direct than that. So I think that's part of it. And again, as I've said before, we've made it very clear we don't want to live with this. We don't even want Russia to exist in its current form. We'd be happy to divide it, strip it of its resources, and sell it off at auction. On the other hand, he's taken the opposite position. He wants to live with us. Now, if we could change the governments in the West, I'm sure he would have people he could do business with. But right now, what's he doing? In Washington, he has this sort of lunatic fringe that's decided to engage in brinksmanship, now in the Black Sea. And every time we talk about red lines, we won't ship the Ukrainians this, that, and the next thing. A few months later, we throw away the constraints and say, no, we're going to ship them. So from the Russian standpoint, they're beginning to say, how much longer before they give the Ukrainians a tactical nuclear weapon? I'm sure they're worried about it, and with some justification. Again, this makes no sense, but who is standing up in the Senate or the House? Nobody. This is unacceptable. Americans don't want this. Look at the polling data, 2-1. Americans think that controlling the southern border is much more important than controlling Ukraine's border. People are voting. This polling data is out there. The European electorates are moving in very similar directions. So the broader populace in Europe and in the United States opposes it.
Will not hide behind another shield.
Well, is Europe finally waking up and saying enough is enough and turning away from Ukraine? What about Poland specifically? Over the weekend, large protests as part of their Independence Day celebrations. Signs saying enough and down with the U.S. Israelization or U.S. Israelization of Poland's foreign policy. Are they saying enough is enough? There's been a number of signs in Poland over the past few weeks against Ukraine and against the foreign policy in Ukraine. So what is going on in Poland? This is quite a shift, it seems to me, or those of us from the outside. Mike Krupa is a journalist, host of Bodom TV in Warsaw, Poland, and he joins us now from the getting more cold by the minute up there in Warsaw. Nice to see you as winter is starting to creep in on Poland. Mike, good to see you.
Good to see you. Yep, we're getting the Hunt for Red October opening scene vibes. Not yet snow, but definitely getting cold. Right to the back of the show.
Well, you can buy some of that American natural gas at 50% over the price tag now after we deregulate the pipeline. So you have that to look forward to. That's capitalism in action for you.
Well, we're just waiting for that freedom gas, and I hope as we mentioned before the show, the Hans Mollman, the Ukrainian Hans Mollman, who's apparently accused of doing this with a bunch of his teammates on a sailboat. I kind of feel sorry for the guy because the way they're dumping Zelensky right now borders on tragic, but in a way it's also human. So we're just waiting for that freedom gas to come and for the money to get into the coppers where they need to be.
The freedom gas, I love that. So let's talk about Poland. Noticing these protests over the weekend, it was pretty startling to see these signs that, and I might have butchered the phrasing of this, but these signs read, "Stop the U.S. Israelization of Poland's foreign policy. What does that mean?
Yep, you got that right. Well, what happened was every November 11th, our Independence Day, there's this huge rally in Warsaw, which has been taking place since 2010. It's called the Independence Day March. And it's sort of a gathering of right-wing organizations, nationalists, patriots, and conservatives who basically rally to say in favor of independence. So we usually has Eurosceptic, got this Eurosceptic line embedded in it since the beginning. But it's very ecumenical in the sense that anybody who considers himself a patriot and against the European Union can. So what happened at this year's march was one of the factions was in part, they held this huge banner saying "Whole and the other one read, as you mentioned, stop U.S. realization of the Polish raison d'etat, which basically means stop being subservient to Israel and the United States in their foreign policy. Now, that triggered the reaction from the Israeli ambassador in Poland, one Yakov Livni, who wrote on X that, I quote, stop U.S. realization of the Polish raison d'etat. Called these patriots on Polish independence day in Warsaw. They fight against three evils, the U.S., the EU, and Israel. No words. So my comment to that was he forgot about one other evil, which is Ukraine, because we're also fighting against that evil. But yeah, it got him triggered. And it was actually a fairly public statement made by one of the factions of the Confederation Party, which actually enlarged its parliamentary presence during the elections of October 15th. Yesterday, we were swearing in of the new parliament in Poland. We had the election of the new Speaker of the House and the Vice Speakers, or as we call them, Marshals in Poland. And the leader of the faction that had those banners during the march is one Grzegorz Braun. He's an MP, and his faction in the Confederation Party was enlarged by 3 more MPs, so I guess it's strong in Parliament. But yeah, it did get noticed by the international media. Obviously, you had the usual calls of anti-Semitism and so on. But in the current context, in the context of Ukraine, in the context of what's happening in Gaza, I think that was a very prescient banner, and I think we need more of it.
So I want to drill down on what this means, because I think it's very childish. People throw around anti-Semitism. That means they want to shut down conversation about it. I think people who just throw that term out there, it's the same thing that just yelling out, apologist. They don't really know what they're talking about. They probably haven't read it in the past 6 months. So I always discount those arguments because it shuts down conversation. But what's really at the heart of this foreign policy debate there? Is it that they're tired of being bullied by Israel and the United States, being told what to do? Obviously, the United States, of course, has multiple, military bases. NATO has set up military bases in Poland, almost like an aircraft carrier, the way that RFK Jr. described Israel to the United States, essentially an aircraft carrier for United States foreign policy. So, can you drill down on that? What does the anger mean? What is for people to go out on the street and to protest? There's got to be something deeper there.
Well, the anger is that, paradoxically, on Independence Day, we are celebrating in a country that is not fully independent when it should be independent, because any form of subservience to a foreign capital or any form of foreign military presence on your soil automatically discounts you as an independent country,
Shut down.
By simple definition, by simple logic. You are not dependent if your foreign policy is basically dictated or semi-dictated by people in a different capital, overseas, for example. And I think military presence on your soil, foreign military presence, is the ultimate sign of you not being independent. So I think that's what they were hammering at, that on Independence Day, we want to show that Poland should be independent. We can be partners with everybody. But the fact that our government is so subservient to instructions coming from think tanks or the State Department or the Pentagon, and sometimes in many cases also subservient to the foreign policy priorities of Tel Aviv. Let's not forget that in 2017 there was a huge anti-Iranian conference that took place in Poland. I think it was in January 2017. Mike Pompeo arrived. What's his name? Rudy Giuliani actually made a speech in Warsaw Square where he basically talked about destroying the so-called Iranian regime, and there were actually representatives of the terrorist organization Mujahideen, a cult present. We're also calling for the abolition of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So there are many cases. America is obviously the big enchilada because, we consider the Polish Republic to be a satellite state of the United States. Unfortunately, But because of that, there are also inroads being made by the Israeli authorities, where they also tend to see the Polish authorities, not distinguishing whether they're left wing or right wing, and trying to tell them what to do in terms of internal Polish policy, but also foreign policy, as we saw.
Also, there was criticism from Poland to the former Polish western territories in Ukraine, and criticism of the Ukrainian government and their handling of those former Polish territories in western Ukraine. You and I have talked over the past year about what will happen to western Ukraine once this war is over. Will it be absorbed by Poland once again? What will be left of Ukraine if it continues to throw men and resources against the Russian wall? What will Poland do? So can you explain the criticism? Number one, I think it was around specifically, but also what will happen to Western Ukraine in the future here if Zelensky is pushed out?
One of the big problems that we've had with Western Ukraine, Poland, basically, the fact that during the Volhynia massacres, which took place in the early 1940s, 1943 especially, where over 200,000 Poles were murdered by the Ukrainian nationalists and their allies, under the tutelage, obviously, of Nazi Germany. A lot of the victims of those crimes have still not been dug up from their graves and exhumated. So because we want to conduct these exhumations as a Polish state, we've been asking for this to the Ukrainian side for some time now. The Ukrainians are refusing to let the Polish inspectors and the archaeologists to go in there and dig those bodies up and give them a proper burial. So that's one of the things that is a sort of a dividing line between Warsaw and Kiev. And that's one of the things that's become very public in recent years, recent months, I would say, because we're sending all this money and equipment to Ukraine, and we're not allowed to properly bury the dead that were murdered as part of the genocide conducted in Volhynia. Now, the question of what becomes of Western Ukraine is still a very open question, because that all depends on who will govern Kiev in the next couple of months, whether that will be Zaluzhny, whether that'll still be Zelensky, or whether that'll be somebody who overthrows one and the other and comes to some sort of compromise with the Russians, whereby they will not feel compelled to cross the Dnieper River. But let's say, realistically speaking, that the Russians do not, and I think that's what's going to happen. They're not going to cross the Dnieper. The Kiev regime is going to collapse, and we're going to have a rump state in Western Ukraine. I think we're going to have a situation similar to what we had in Kosovo in the 1990s. So we're going to have a lot of these Azov battalion type guys running around with a lot of guns, a lot of weaponry. They'll be very reminiscent of what we saw in Kosovo with the so-called Kosovo Liberation Army, which was sponsored from top to bottom by the Central Intelligence Agency. And at one point they were designated a terrorist organization, but when they found out they could be useful against Slobodan Milosevic, they were used, by the deep states of the West against Yugoslavia. So I'm afraid that we might have literally on our borders a chaotic semi-terrorist narco state full of weapons, and that's just going to generate not only refugee problems, which we're already seeing in Poland, but national security problems of the most profound character. So I'm afraid this is going in the right direction, and I'm not so sure if that wall that was built recently on the border with Belarus should not be moved a little bit more south and put on the border with Ukraine.
Now, you said I'm afraid this is going in the right direction. Did you mean that, or you meant this is going in the wrong direction?
Maybe I misspoke. I meant that it's going in that direction in the sense that it's going in the direction of Western Ukraine becoming a sort of narco Kosovo terrorist state. Yeah.
Sure. From your mouth to God.
Because I don't see any other option at this point.
No.
Yeah.
And this is what NATO loves to do, right? I mean, there's a long history of trashing countries in this very way and leaving wreckage in its wake. And hopefully this doesn't run up against Poland. And what you guys have to deal with here. So we'll be watching it very, very closely. One of the most astute, one of the smartest guests that we have here on Redacted, Mike Krupa. We appreciate it. I thought some of what you said today was absolutely brilliant. And I think it's very, very important for people to realize, how can you be an independent country when you have foreign countries' military bases in your backyard? What would we do in the United States if China decided to set up shop and have military bases dictating our terms in our own backyard? Mike, great to see you, as always. Thank you so much. Stay warm up there.
Thanks. Have a great one. Take care.
Thank you so much for watching this segment here at Redacted. We are live every day at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, trying to share the stories that the mainstream media will not cover. You should also come over and join our community of Redacted Rebels over at redacted.inc. That's our private locals community where we can share exclusive content that we simply cannot share here on YouTube. Come over and join the rebellion together right now by going to redacted.inc. We'll see you next time.
Israeli Gaza conflagration. And then we're going to play some clips from State Department spokesman on this and from President Xi himself. But generally speaking, given your understanding of the hegemonic forces, using a Mearsheimer phrase, what, if any, is China's interest in the conflagration in Gaza?
Well, I think that it's an opportunity for the Chinese to make diplomatic hay. The Chinese have been basically arguing that the United States is principally responsible for the disaster in Gaza because the United States assumed almost full responsibility for creating a two-state solution, and it failed. It failed miserably, and the end result is that we have this conflict. So the United States is to blame. And furthermore, if you look at how the United States is behaving since the conflict broke out, it's joined at the hip with the Israelis, and therefore it is guilty for what sorts of crimes the Israelis are creating in Gaza. So the United States is the bad guy in the Chinese story. And this is a story that resonates all around the global South and even in large chunks of the Western world. It's a very powerful story that the Chinese are telling. So diplomatically, it's manna from heaven for them. And for us, it's a disaster. I mean, this situation gets worse by the week for us.
Here's Matt Miller, Cut 5, Chris, who's the spokesperson for the State Department, waxing eloquently about China. I want your thoughts on this, but I invite you to the last phrase that he uses, which is almost laughable, the indispensability of the United States. But here he is.
We would welcome China playing a constructive role in the Middle East. The Secretary has made this clear personally in his conversations with Wang Yi. I called Wang Yi on our first trip to the Middle East and said if there's anything they can do to prevent the conflict from widening in terms of using the lines of communications that they have available to countries in the Middle East, we would welcome that. He followed up on that conversation with Wang Yi is here, and they had a very productive conversation about it. To the larger question, though, I would say one of the things that we heard repeatedly from every party with which we engaged on our last trip was the indispensability of the United States.
I mean, that can't be serious that other countries have said to his boss, Secretary Blinken, that the United States is indispensable. That's a myth from George W. Bush to Joe Biden, and maybe even before George.
I think Madeleine Albright is the person who made that phrase famous.
There you go.
And President Biden has recently repeated it. It's a phrase that enrages the Chinese and it enrages the Russians. And the last time I looked at a map, both of those countries are in Asia. And those are the countries that he's talking about the United States engaging with. And there are all sorts of other countries who do not like that rhetoric at all because it conveys American superiority. But just getting back to the question of how the United States thinks about China in the Middle East and China getting involved in the Gaza conflict, I think except for purposes of trying to prevent escalation, with which Mr. Miller referred to, If the Chinese could help us prevent this conflict in the Middle East from escalating, we would appreciate that for sure. But otherwise, we don't want the Chinese involved in the Middle East at all. We want it all for ourselves. The United States wants to be the dominant power diplomatically, economically, and militarily in that region of the world. And what's happening as a result of the Gaza conflict is it's becoming extremely difficult for us to maintain that position because we've created an opening for the Chinese and for the Russians. And unsurprisingly, they both have jumped into it.
Here's President Xi Jinping yesterday. He obviously did not get the message from Matthew Miller. The root cause of the Palestinian-Israeli situation is the fact that the right of the Palestinian people to statehood, their right to existence, and their right of return have long been ignored. I have emphasized on many occasions that the only viable way to break the cycle of Palestinian-Israeli conflict lies in the two-state solution. In the restoration of the legitimate national rights of Palestine and the establishment of an independent state of Palestine. There can be no sustainable peace and security in the Middle East without a just solution for Palestine. China calls for early convening of an international peace conference, that is more authoritative, to build international consensus for peace and work toward an early solution to the question of Palestine that is comprehensive and sustainable.
Wow.
Well, I mean, it's very clear that many people in the West, including every president since Jimmy Carter, have argued that it's imperative to get a two-state solution. They have been saying for a long time what Xi Jinping is now saying. I think most people that I know, most people I hang around with, believe that if there's any hope of putting an end to conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians, there has to be a Palestinian state as well as a Jewish state. But the problem is that the United States has been largely unable to use the right word, it's been unable to coerce the Israelis who are reluctant at best to accept the two-state solution to move in that direction. Presidents have tried, but they've not been able to really exercise much coercive leverage against the Israelis, in large part because the Israel lobby, Israel's hardline supporters in the United States, have made it impossible for us to put pressure on Israel. And of course, the Israeli government now has no interest whatsoever in a two-state solution, and there's no way that Joe Biden is going to put any pressure on the Israelis to move toward a two-state solution, especially after what happened on October 7th. So, in effect, there is no solution to this problem.
Do we care what President Xi Jinping thinks about the Israeli-Gaza conflagration?
We care because diplomatically he's saying all the right things. I think that most American policymakers understand at this point in time we're not going to have a two-state solution anytime soon, if ever. I think they understand that. But they also understand that from Xi Jinping's point of view and from Putin's point of view, it makes eminently good sense to advertise the fact that they are in favor of a two-state solution. They are in favor of helping the Palestinians. They are in favor of shutting this conflict down. And it's the Americans who are to be responsible, of course, along with the Israelis, for the failure to achieve that outcome, which is the right outcome to creating a peaceful situation between the Israelis and the Palestinians.
I don't want to spend too much time parsing his words, but what do you think he means by an authoritative body? Is he talking about the Security Council of the United Nations or some other entity that would coerce the Netanyahu government to begin talks for a two-state solution?
Well, I would imagine he's talking about the Security Council, and I wouldn't be surprised, if at some point the Chinese and the Russians try to go to the Security Council and embarrass the United States by forcing it to veto some sort of resolution to move toward a two-state solution. But, there's no real authoritative body that matters here. What matters here is that the Americans have to find themselves in a position where they can put pressure on Israel to move towards a two-state solution. But that's just not in the cards. And the end result, again, is that this one is just not going to be solved.
How diplomatically regressive, if that's the right word, is claiming that the Chinese diplomats referred to the United States as indispensable. Of course, no one would believe that.
No, the Chinese certainly don't believe that at all. The Chinese think that the United States is a threat to global stability. They have no use for American foreign policy. And the idea that we're the indispensable rubs them the wrong way. We're saying, in effect, that we are superior to them. Remember, the rest of Madeleine Albright's famous quote is, "We are the indispensable nation. We stand taller and we see further." You think about those words. We stand taller, we see further. We're superior to everybody else. Even if you think that, you shouldn't say it.
Right. As you may know, someone spray painted. I mean, this is an act of vandalism and an act of graffiti to condemn, but words are significant. On one of those pillars on the fence outside the White House, Genocide Joe. And Admiral Kirby responded in a rather animated way about this. I'd like you to listen to what he said, and then I'm going to play what a world leader said about this as well. Genocide Joe from Admiral Kirby.
I said this the other day. Again, people can say what they want on the sidewalk, and we respect that. That's what the First Amendment's about. But this word genocide is getting thrown around in a pretty inappropriate way. What Hamas wants, make no mistake about it, is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. They've said so publicly on more than one occasion. In fact, just recently. And they've said that they're not going to stop. What happened on the 7th of October is going to happen again. And what happened on the 7th of October? Murder, slaughter of innocent people in their homes or at a music festival. That's genocidal intentions. Yes, there are too many civilian casualties in Gaza. Yes, the numbers are too high. Yes, too many families are grieving. And yes, we continue to urge the Israelis to be as careful and cautious as possible. That's not going to stop. The president, right on down. But Israel is not trying to wipe the Palestinian people off the map. Israel's not trying to wipe Gaza off the map. Israel's trying to defend itself against a genocidal terrorist threat. So when we're going to start, if we're going to start using that word, fine, let's use it appropriately.
Isn't Israel trying to wipe Gaza and the Palestinian people off the map? Not off the face of the earth, but off the map. It must mean the map of what they consider greater Israel.
Well, as I think I said the last time I was on the show, it's very important to understand that when you look at the language that is being used by Israeli elites today, it is deeply disturbing. And Omer Bartov, who is an Israeli-born historian and a historian who studies the Holocaust, has said that Israel has genocidal intent in Gaza. He is not saying that Israel is in the process of committing genocide, but based on the language and based on a lot of what is being seen on the battlefield inside of Gaza, he concludes that Israel has genocidal intent. And he, along with a large number of other scholars of the Holocaust, many of whom are Jewish or Israeli, have written a letter to the New York Review of Books that basically makes the same argument. So you want to understand that this is a potentially dangerous situation because the Israelis give evidence that they may spin out of control here. So again, my argument is not that the Israelis are committing genocide at this point in time. I don't think that's true. I think that there's no question that they've engaged in mass murder, but not genocide. And nevertheless, as Bartov says, there is genocidal intent here.
Here's President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa on this very topic yesterday.
The collective punishment of Palestinian civilians through the unlawful use of force by Israel is a war crime. The deliberate denial of medicine, fuel, food, and water to the residents of Gaza is tantamount to genocide.
Does he make the argument that is being made in the region, in the Middle East, by the non-Israelis?
Well, the word genocide is thrown around quite loosely these days by people. I think that he's right that Israel is committing war crimes, and I think that starving the population, the civilian population in Gaza is clearly a war crime. I think indiscriminately bombing the population in Gaza is a war crime. There's no doubt about that. But I would not describe either one of those acts as genocide. I don't mean to split hairs, but you have to have a clear definition of what genocide is. For me, genocide is a policy that is designed to eliminate an entire population, to effectively kill an entire population.
Well, there are members of President Trump that haven't voted for that. I've never heard him say that.
There's no question about that, that there are Israeli elites who have called for that. And that's why, again, Omer Bartov and other scholars of the Holocaust are worried about genocidal intent. But again, intent is different than actually committing genocide.
But in a world where international law is essentially unenforced, selectively enforced against those who manage to get caught, does it matter if we're talking about war crimes or genocide? We're talking about the slaughter of innocents, civilians.
Well, I think it does matter because I think genocide is a far worse crime than massacring civilians. I don't want to make light of massacring civilians. It almost sounds like I'm doing that. I don't want to make light. I don't want to make light of what the Israelis are doing in Gaza. I think it's absolutely horrible. But I don't think it's a genocide at this point in time. I think there is potential for genocide. And I think you have to be very careful here. And that's why I think that people who study the Holocaust, which was clearly a genocide, understand that we're out on the slippery slope here. Or the Israelis are out on the slippery slope. Of course, Joe Biden is backing them to the hill. And this is why people are spray painting words like Genocide Joe outside the White House. And he should be aware of what's going on. He should go to great lengths to make sure we don't slide down.
Here's President Vladimir Putin of Russia at a BRICS conference yesterday.
We call for joint efforts of the international community aimed at de-escalating the situation, a ceasefire, and finding a political solution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And the BRICS states and countries of the region could play a key role in this work.
Why is he jumping in on this, Professor Mearsheimer?
It makes eminently good sense diplomatically. He looks like a good guy to the vast majority of people on the planet. We're the ones who look like the bad guys. Both Putin and Xi Jinping understand that blaming the United States for this mess, causing this mess, and then for not holding back the Israelis and indeed supporting the Israelis, damages America's diplomatic position in the world and provides an opportunity for them to enhance Russia and China's diplomatic position.
For all the people that, the innocent civilians that the IDF is killing, have they really even made a dent so far into Hamas soldiers, whatever they call themselves, Hamas killers, whatever you want to call them?
I think fighters is a good word.
Okay, fighters, we'll use that.
Well, I've been thinking hard about this over the past week. I mean, we're 6 weeks into this campaign, and conventional wisdom is that the Israelis are doing quite well, and they're eventually going to solve the problem that they face. I think if you look carefully at the reports in the mainstream media in the United States, this is not true. The Wall Street Journal just had a big piece that said that out of the 30,000 Hamas fighters in Gaza, the Israelis have killed 1,000. Think about that. They've killed 1,000 out of 30,000 after 6 weeks. That's a very small number. Furthermore, it's quite clear that they have not destroyed the tunnel network. This is not to say they haven't destroyed a few tunnels, sealed some openings to some of the tunnels, but there's no evidence they've systematically torn apart the tunnels in northern Gaza. Furthermore, they haven't found any of the people who were captured by Hamas. And that was, a total of 240 people. They haven't found any of them. And the Wall Street Journal was reporting that the Israelis are now getting ready to head down into the southern part of Gaza to deal with Hamas down there. And you say to yourself, well, they've only killed 1,000 out of 30,000 fighters up in the north, and you would assume they started in the north because that was the main area where Hamas was located. And now they're going down into the south. And the journal reports that the IDF believes that going south is going to be even more difficult than the operation in the north. And then you start saying to yourself, what are they going to do? Are they going to bomb southern Gaza the way they bombed northern Gaza? Remember, they forced all of those civilians in northern Gaza to move to southern Gaza. So there are a huge number of civilians in southern Gaza. What are they going to do? Launch another punishment campaign? I don't think they can get away with that. And if they do, it would be an act of war. It ends up killing massive numbers of civilians. So I think the Israelis are actually between a rock and a hard place here. I don't think they're in good shape in Gaza. And we haven't even touched on the situation inside. I want to remember, there are 200,000 displaced people inside of Israel. These are 200,000 Israelis. Some from the Lebanon border where Hezbollah is launching attacks, and some from southern Israel where there's the problem involving Gaza. So a lot of displaced people. They've mobilized 350,000 troops. This has to be hurting the economy big time. So I think the Israelis are in a quite bad situation at this point in time, contrary to what is the conventional wisdom.
How many deaths are too many deaths?
I mean, the normal answer to that would be one death. But I mean, the numbers here are really very high. And this is doing enormous damage to Israel's reputation, and it's doing enormous damage to America. The idea that you can go in there and, kill this many civilians these people are defenseless. Not only are you killing them, you're starving them, and you're preventing humanitarian aid from coming in, for the most part. I mean, you occasionally have these walls where humanitarian aid gets in, but for the most part, very little humanitarian aid is getting in there. This is a situation that I think sickens your average person just watching what's happening.
Here's the Jordanian ambassador to the United States explaining what has happened to field hospitals constructed by the Jordanians and others in southern Gaza to service the large numbers of people that have been chased down there by the bombardment.
I understand that we're attack carried it out. We have a hospital. The second now the one of those structures, there's a monster. And as our military people came out to help them, they got also hit. So we had 7 injured, and now they're okay. They've been taken care of. But we do not find it normal that all the hospitals do not find it normal that we're attacking civilians and a collective punishment. This cannot go on, Margaret. This cannot go on.
She makes a very compelling argument, Professor Mearsheimer.
I'll face anything.
it's impossible to disagree with her. I mean, the Israelis are bombing hospitals, they're bombing ambulances. The evidence is very clear here. And the Israeli response to the charges that they're bombing hospitals is that Hamas is located in those hospitals. Remember, this big hospital, the Al-Sharia hospital, where the Israelis maintained a major command post, a major Hamas command post underneath the hospital, and there were Hamas fighters in the hospital, and that was the reason that they were moving in militarily to take over the hospital. Of course, when they got there, they didn't find any Hamas fighters, and the command center that they said was underneath the hospital was not there. In fact, all they showed that I've seen is a photograph or a video of a hole was a hole in the ground underneath the hospital. This apparently was an entrance to some tunnel, but they could not provide any evidence. This was a major military facility for Hamas. But anyway, if you believe that Hamas fighters are traveling in ambulances and Hamas fighters are locked up in hospitals or schools or mosques, then you can justify to yourself attacking those sites. So I think it's quite clear, lots of people who are in Gaza are saying this, that there is no safe place. Any place you go, even places that are run by the United Nations, are liable to be attacked.
The Israeli economy is getting clobbered. There are 350,000 formerly productive middle-class workers, lawyers, physicians, school teachers who are now in the reservists and fighting or training to fight, so they're not producing. There are 200,000 displaced Israelis who don't have a place to live, don't have any anyway. And even Palestinian labor have permission to leave Gaza and do manual labor, obviously can't do anything. How are Hamas's finances looking?
I would just also note to you, Judge, that Israel depends very heavily on tourism. And needless to say, given the circumstances in Israel today, there's not a lot of tourism. So the Israeli economy over the long term is in really bad shape. I mean, this war has been going on for 6 weeks. And as I said before, the Wall Street Journal reports that they've only killed 1,000 out of 30,000 fighters. They still have to finish in the north, and then when they're done in the north, they're going to move to the center. This war's been going on for a long time. The economic problems I'm describing now are going to grow exponentially. One would think. Now turning to Hamas's finances, right? The Economist has a big story that says Hamas is doing very well in terms of finances. And if anything, the situation is likely to improve. It's quite clear if you look at the Economist article that the center of that financial empire that you see mentioned in the headline is in Istanbul. And the Turks, in particular, President Erdogan, are very sympathetic to Hamas. And it's quite clear that the Turks are helping Hamas with its finances. And to be honest, the article makes it clear that Hamas doesn't even need much help. It's a very sophisticated operation at the financial level. And as you can tell, if the key financial people are located in Istanbul, it's very hard for the Israelis and for the Americans to do much to shut down Hamas's finances. So in terms of the economic dimension of this war, I think Hamas is doing much better than Israel is.
Professor John Mearsheimer on the late in the afternoon, the day before Thanksgiving. Thank you for your insight, and thank you for your time. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving holiday with your family, and hopefully we'll see you.
Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, Judge.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Very much appreciate it. Well, we have some surprises for you Thanksgiving Day, Friday. Surprises for us. We will have 250 We wanted to reach this weekend. No worries if we don't. Our goal is 250,000 by Christmas, and that's still a month away. From my heart to each of yours, happy Thanksgiving, whether you're in the United States or not. It's a happy time to pause and look at where we are in our lives and in the world. Judge Napolitano for Judging Freedom.
To you, dream.
Rampage.
The humans forget so much when they awake.
Basically, that would spook everybody. The American.
Just the Russian fire.
Yeah, it's because of the threat of escalation, right? Again, your point is we're in a mad world. I accept that. And if you have limited nuclear use, right, we understand hardly anything about nuclear escalation because thank goodness we've never had a nuclear war. So once you throw both sides out on the slippery slope, even if you only use one nuclear weapon in your scenario, you don't know what the escalation dynamics are. So everybody has a powerful incentive to put an end to the conflict right away. I might add to you that there's people who believe that we would not even initiate a manipulation of risk strategy in Europe if we were losing to the Warsaw Pact during the Cold War. Both Henry Kissinger and Robert McNamara said after leaving office that they would not have done it. They would have not initiated nuclear use, even limited nuclear use. That's what we're talking about here. They would rather be red than dead, right? That was the argument.
Too risky.
Too risky, that's exactly right. But if they had used one nuclear weapon in your story or 3 or 4 in my story, everybody would have said, oh my God, we've got to shut this one down immediately. I only tell you this story or lay out this scenario as an answer to your question of how you use a nuclear weapon in a mad world, and this is the answer.
This is all very terrifying. Perhaps in part it's terrifying to me because I can see in the 21st century China, Russia, Israel, United States using a nuclear weapon on this way. Blowing it up somewhere in the middle of nowhere that kills maybe nobody. But I'm terrified of seeing much about it and not knowing what, given social media, given how fast news travels, what the escalation looks like there. Just, in a matter of minutes, how the news travels and how the leaders react. It's terrifying that this little demonstration of power, the ripple effects of it in a matter of minutes, seconds, what that leads to. Because it's human emotions. It's like you see the landscape of human emotions
the leaders and the populace and the way news are reported, and then the landscape of risk, as you mentioned, shifting like the world's most intense nonlinear dynamical system. And it's just terrifying because the entirety of human civilization is hanging from the balance there. And it's like this, like hundreds of millions of people.
Let's just talk about this in the context of the Ukraine war. If the Russians were losing, as I said before, which is not the case anymore, but in 2022, it did look like that. If the Russians are losing and they turn to nuclear weapons, the question is, how do they use them? And they would use them in Ukraine. And because Ukraine has no nuclear weapons of its own, Ukraine cannot retaliate. It's not a mutual assured destruction world. It's a case where one side has nuclear weapons and the other doesn't. That means that the Russians are likely to think that they can get away with using nuclear weapons in ways that would not be the case if they were attacking NATO. And therefore it makes nuclear use more likely. Okay, that's point one. Point two is, let's assume that the Russians use 2 or 3 nuclear weapons in a remote area.
Just as a commentary.
The question,
terrifying.
Yeah, the question then is, what does the West do? Now, Macron has said, and Biden has also, I think, implicitly made this clear, we would not retaliate with nuclear weapons if the Russians were to attack with a handful of nuclear weapons in Western Ukraine. But then the question is, what would we do? And if you listen to David Petraeus, what David Petraeus says is that we should attack the Russian naval assets in the Black Sea and attack Russian forces in Ukraine. Well, once you do that, you have a great power war. You have NATO versus Russia, which is another way of saying you have the United States versus Russia. We're now in a great power war. They have nuclear weapons, we have nuclear weapons, they've used nuclear weapons. What is the happy ending here? And just to take it a step further and go back to our earlier discussion about moving NATO up to Russia's borders, the point I made, which you surely agree with, is that the Russians are very fearful when they see NATO coming up to their border. Well, here's a case where not only has NATO come up to their border, but they're in a war with NATO right on their border.
An ally has been slain.
What do the escalation dynamics look like there? You know what the answer is? Who knows? That's you scared to live in Vegeta, right?
And some of it could be, like you mentioned, unintended. There could be unintended consequences. There could be a Russian missile misses in Poland. These kinds of things that just escalate misunderstandings, miscommunications. Even a nuclear weapon could be, boy, it could have been planned to go to location X and it went to a location Y that ended up actually killing a very large number of people. I mean, it's just that the escalation that happens, it just happens in a matter of minutes, and the only way to stop that is communication between leaders. And that to me is a big argument for ongoing communication.
You know, the story of Kennedy put out the word no aircraft under any circumstances or to penetrate Soviet airspace. He then found out a few days later that some guy hadn't gotten the message and had penetrated in an aircraft deep into Soviet airspace. Yeah. And this supports your basic point that, you know, bad things happen. Yeah. And again, the overarching point here is we've never done this before, thankfully. Therefore, we don't have a lot of experience as to how it plays itself out. Mm-hmm. It's really a theoretical enterprise because there's no empirical basis for talking about escalation, you know, in a nuclear crisis. And that, of course, is a wonderful thing.
Well, in general, the human species as a whole is a one-off, is a theoretical enterprise. The survival of the human species. We've seen empires rise and fall, but we haven't seen the human species rise and fall. So far, it's been rising, but it's not obvious that it doesn't end. In fact, I think about aliens a lot, and the fact that we don't see aliens makes me suspect that it's not so easy to survive in this complicated world of ours.
An enemy has been slain.
Now who's
Godlike.
saying France? But oh, too much pressure.
Victory!
On the neocon side, though, they're never going to give up. They you could stake them naked in the desert, pour oil all over them, set it on fire, and they would still say, "There's no fire. I don't feel any heat." It's just they are out of touch with reality, and they're so convinced that they have some sort of holy mission to carry out that requires the United States to dominate the world and Russia and China to disappear. They're never gonna relent. They will never let up.
Ray, so in the past week, Foreign Minister David Cameron of Great Britain, who's the former prime minister, spent 2 days with Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and Lloyd Austin, the American Secretary of Defense, spent 2 days with him. I can only imagine they brought him bad news, not good news, or a political pap. But my question to you has to do with your former colleagues. Would the CIA have known in advance so as to brief Secretary Austin? Would MI6 have known in advance so as to brief Foreign Minister Cameron what Zelensky's attitude is and what he would say when they told him the bad news, if you follow me?
I do follow you, Judge. And, I have to confess that Zelensky is so public and such news coming out of the Ukraine and Kiev in particular is so plentiful that if they don't know what to expect, well, they're just not paying attention. Now, what I think Cameron and Austin are saying is, look, we're really giving a good try. You've really been given a good try. We ain't got no money more. We don't have more ammunition. And so see what kind of deal you might be able to make. And think about it, Zelensky, because, there comes a time to fold the cards. Now, with respect to Cameron, the British pretty much are running the protective cordon around Zelensky, as I understand it. I imagine Cameron would say, we're hurting for money too, and we may have to return those security guards that we give you, and what happens to you then? These games are played all the time, but I think you're quite right, Judge. It's bad news they're giving him, and what the neocons are going to do when it's finally clear that they've lost, well, it all depends on what the Russians do, and if the Russians continue just to attrit, could we get into the election season that way? I suppose we could. but who knows? Yeah.
Between the two of you, there is a lot of hands-on experience in this end of the world, and your answers were generally in sync with each other.
Not how much time you have.
But if you read the Washington Post, it said Cameron went to reassure them, and Austin went to promise the aid that he needs. That has got to be a bald-faced, CIA-planted lie, Larry.
Well, maybe, and it could be they're actually telling him that, but who's going to use those weapons? They've already admitted they don't have the manpower. Just the other day, they had one of their intelligence professionals were saying, you know, we need to impose a draft 17 to 70.
Wow.
70-year-old men out there trying to, you know, carry a 60-pound pack with an automatic weapon. Ain't gonna happen. So that's what I'm saying. They're trying to avoid the inevitable, but the reality is anybody can. The Washington foreign policy establishment, for the most part, has read the tea leaves, and Ukraine and Zelensky are not long for this world. They have no means to sustain the conflict. That's what people aren't getting.
Ray, when we started with these interviews, probably around the time the war started in February of last year, you and Larry and even our other former intel folks told us the same thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. The analysts gather what they believe is truthful information from a variety of sources. By the time it makes its way all the way up across the ocean to Langley and then to the White House, it's what the senior people think the president wants to hear, irrespective of what the analysts got or the officers got, and irrespective of how they risked their lives to get it. Has that changed since it is now obvious that Ukraine is lost?
Judge, the intelligence system is totally corrupted. At which level it's most corrupt doesn't really matter. If people are telling their superiors what they want to hear, well, that's what happens at the top here. Witness the fact that Bill Burns, who some people thought might be the adult in the room, has declared publicly that not only has Russia lost in Ukraine, but the ineptitude of the Soviet military has been made manifest to the whole world. I mean, give me a break. It's just the opposite. Now, why would he be saying that? Because his boss is delusional, okay? Didn't Biden say today again that that Hamas had beheaded some children? So, I mean, the guy is not compass mentis. And so they could say these things. What they think they achieved by saying them was just a little bit more time. And maybe they'll get out of office in another year or maybe before, with rats deserting the sinking ship.
Larry, a Turkish orchestrated flotilla of about 1,000 boats, commercial and personal, not military, is making its way as we speak towards the Eastern Mediterranean in an effort to block food supplies from getting to Israel, or it's not clear, in an effort to bring food, fuel, medicine, water supplies to the Gazans in the southern part of Gaza. What is this all about? Is this President Erdogan slowly, step by step, using NGOs, non-government organizations, beginning to get involved in the conflict?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time this, you know, in 2014, when Israel was in Gaza at that time, the Turks ginned up a humanitarian mission. And as I recall, I think the Israelis killed at least one Turkish sailor or one individual.
There's the ship. They killed 10. They injured 100. And the Israeli government eventually forked over $20 million.
Yeah, so this time it will be different. Back then, Turkey was willing to overlook Israel's genocide, Israel's human rights. Not now. Erdogan has invested too much with his mouth in terms of supporting the Palestinians that he cannot back
30
down.
seconds until
So what this
minions
creates
spawn.
is a real interesting situation, really dangerous situation, that as the Turks press on, the Israelis may try to stop them and stop them with firearms, with sea guns. And at that point, then you look at the possibility of an actual hot war between Turkey and Israel. So I see the United States will be trying to referee to see if they can avoid that. But again, I think this is the case like where everybody's got all of their dander up, all their anger is on the full force, and people are not going to necessarily make rational decisions.
Ray, does the CIA advise Mossad or advise its bosses in Langley about what's going on, what the intention of the Turks is, what military they have, what the Israeli Navy or Marines, I don't even know who does this, are prepared to do? In other words, does Joe Biden, Lloyd Austin, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, whoever, have a report so they know what to expect, what's happening here? 1,000 ships, it's got to be a couple of thousand human beings.
Sure, Judge. Mossad advises the U.S. intelligence community, as they do advise directly people like Jake Sullivan and others. And the U.S. community buys this kind of thing. Now, it's the tail wagging the dog, okay? Back in 2010, when the Mavi Marmara was attacked by Israel, killing those Turks that you mentioned, and one U.S. citizen, the U.S. didn't say diddly. When we tried to sail out of Greece the next year, in June of 2011, we were told, nope, you can't sail because the Greeks need a loan from the IMF. And Obama says, you won't get that loan if you go out and get attacked by Israel. We don't want Israel to attack you, but we can't prevent it. So you stay in harbor here. Brand new ship, all outfitted, all kinds of people on that ship, on that little boat. And we couldn't get out of the Athens port here. Why? Because when Obama went to Netanyahu and said, look, please don't attack these guys. And this is a U.S. boat. He said, forget about it. If they come into our purview, we're not going to guarantee anything. So we were restrained. We weren't allowed to get out there. And that one U.S. citizen that was killed the year before, nobody took up that cause. It's a long time since you could say, I am a Roman citizen, or I am an American citizen.
Right.
Seriously.
Larry, is this likely to lead to a larger conflagration? Let me restate what I said earlier. Is this President Erdogan's way of starting something without being overt about it? I mean, these are NGOs. I don't even know if they have weapons on these boats.
No, they're not armed, but...
I'm sorry, say again, please?
Yeah, they're not armed. These are not, my understanding is they're not military vessels. And what would be interesting is if Turkey asked Russia to provide it with a naval escort to go forward. That would be significant. But I think Erdogan's playing chicken with Israel on this. But he's going to do it in a way that he's going to force the Israeli hand to attack more civilian targets. That's what the Israelis have been doing. They've been attacking civilian targets, claiming that anybody that is in the vicinity of Gaza is a Hamas terrorist. Even newborn babies are Hamas terrorists. It's so obscene what they're saying and doing and getting away with up to this point. So now with the ceasefire starting to take place, you're going to see efforts to push more humanitarian aid in there. And Israel, I never discount the ability of the Israelis to make a terrible mistake. They shot up the USS Liberty years ago.
Oh, that was a catastrophe, and the U.S. just went home with a tail between its legs. Ray has written and, as you know, spoken extensively on that. While this is going on, President Putin, cut one, Chris, made the following statement at a BRICS conference.
We call for joint efforts of the international community aimed at de-escalating the situation, a ceasefire, and finding a political solution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. and the BRICS states and countries of the region could play a key role in this work.
He's obviously talking about a two-state solution, Ray, or is he sending some sort of a subliminal message to Joe Biden? Part of what he said, and we didn't get on the clip, was there are some unnamed players here who would like to see the war extended and more people involved. I don't know if he's talking to Joe Biden when he says that. Ray.
Well, I think he's taking the ostensibly responsible position. We need a ceasefire. He's only supported by about 95% of the countries in the world. I don't see much significance in that particular clip, other than the fact he's going on record saying, look, the BRICS can help here. Even India, if you be a little bit more malleable and a little bit more helpful, we can do this as a unit. And that's big, because the BRICS is a big new element on the international scene.
So Larry and Ray, I'm going to play a clip from Matt Miller, the State Department spokesperson, praising the Chinese. And then we're going to play a clip from President Xi, which basically challenges everything that Matt Miller said. But the most significant thing, I'm playing this to raise your blood pressures this holiday weekend. The most significant thing Miller says, for the very last 5 or 6 words, that when he and Secretary Blinken were in Asia and speaking with the Chinese foreign minister, they said to Blinken, the U.S. is the indispensable nation. Now, I can't imagine the Chinese saying that, but I'll let you listen to what he said, and then we'll analyze.
We would welcome China playing a constructive role in the Middle East. The Secretary has made this clear personally in his conversations with Wang Yi. I called Wang Yi on our first trip to the Middle East and said if there's anything they can do to prevent the conflict from widening in terms of using the line of communications that they have available to countries in the Middle East, we would welcome that. We followed up on that conversation with Wang Yi here and had a very productive conversation about it. To the larger question, though, I would say one of the things that we heard repeatedly from every party with which we engaged on our last trip was the indispensability of the United States.
Come on. Who's going to believe that the Chinese spoke about the indispensability of the United States? They don't believe it. It's not true. They would never utter articulate it.
No. Well, not unless there was a mistranslation. The Chinese said, yeah, the U.S. is important. Somebody could translate that into. That's what the neocons want to do. They want to be indispensable. That's what they told Joe Biden. That's why he keeps saying it. He says, Madeleine Albright had it all correctly right. Indispensable. We're exceptional. Well, we're exceptional in the case that we're just done compass mentis when it comes to having a lucid foreign policy. And the next few months are going to show that in spades.
Before you respond, Larry, we're going to play President Xi, who obviously doesn't say anything of the sort about American indispensability. I will read the subtitles for the benefit of our friends who have this on audio only, and then I want you to weigh in, Ray, and then we're going to go to another. Larry. The root cause of the Palestinian-Israeli situation is the fact that the right of the Palestinian people to statehood, their right to existence, and their right of return have long been ignored. I have emphasized on many occasions that the only viable way to break the cycle of Palestinian-Israeli conflict is a two-state solution. And the restoration of the legitimate national rights of Palestine and the establishment of an independent state of Palestine. There can be no sustainable peace and security in the Middle East without a just solution to the question of Palestine. China calls for early convening of an international peace conference, an international peace conference that is more authoritative to build international consensus for peace and work toward an early solution to the question of Palestine that is comprehensive and sustainable.
Zon is the future.
Ooh, did you hear him say the U.S. is indispensable, Larry?
Yeah. No, and in fact, what he was meeting with the Arab foreign ministers and representatives of the Organization of Islamic Countries, who had a meeting about a week and a half prior to this in Saudi Arabia. And at that meeting, you had Iranian Prime Minister meeting with MBS, and then you also had Bashar al-Assad of Syria meeting with Erdogan of Turkey. They've been in arms. So they took that on the road to China. And China was emphasizing that he was aligning with them, recognizing what they wanted, and really opposing U.S. policy. And then those same foreign ministers and OIC reps, they went to Moscow, had the same sit-down with Lavrov and then with Putin. That previous President Putin also was addressing those individuals. So if the United States is so damn indispensable, why is it that when Anthony Blinken showed up in Turkey to meet with the Turks, they sent like the deputy mayor of Palookaville to meet him at the airport? You know, if you think you're dispensable or indispensable, you send your top guy. You don't send the water boy from the junior varsity.
Got it. 60 years ago, this weekend, the country was torn apart over the assassination of President Kennedy, and all of a sudden, Lyndon Johnson was the president of the United States, and Lee Harvey Oswald was eventually murdered, and on and on and on this goes. Ray, you have studied this at great length, so I'll ask you point blank. Who murdered John Fitzgerald Kennedy?
The evidence is very clear that the CIA there were people co-opted from the Secret Service, people from the military. There were people involved in this plot that have not yet been revealed, but the evidence is crystal clear. Alan Dulles, former CIA director, orchestrated this thing and then insinuated himself onto the Warren Commission, ran the Warren Commission, and came up with that cockamamie idea. There was just one bullet and was fired by a strong rifle. We're getting to the bottom of it now, and the question is today's CIA much different from those guys? And unfortunately, it isn't. In my view, it should be abolished. There should be some independent analytical group set apart where they could tell the president what's up. And if you want to overthrow governments and do other dastardly things, well, put them in the Pentagon where they belong. But the days of this bifurcated analysis and operations agency, a historic fault in terms of the two sides never being able to be in the same agency, those are over. And we should recognize the 60th anniversary and the terrible consequences of what happened.
Larry,
think about that.
Larry, do you and do modern day agents, officers, and analysts generally agree with Ray McGovern, with what our friend Ray says?
Well, I'm not sure a lot of analysts necessarily agree with Ray. I agree. The evidence, at least the medical evidence, I don't know who killed Kennedy. We could speculate as far as people that had motive and means to do so. What is clear, though, is that the medical evidence from the autopsy makes it very clear that it was not a bullet fired by Lee Harvey Oswald that killed Kennedy. So you have to proceed from the basis of those facts. But Ray is exactly right about, the CIA needs to be burned to the ground right now and rebuilt because once you introduce this concept of foreign operations, we're not talking about the task of a foreign case officer, of a U.S. case officer going overseas, trying to recruit people who work in sensitive government positions for other countries to give us information, to spy for us. We're not talking about that. We're talking about people who embark on these projects, such as to fund the Contras in Central America and to set up or to sell weapons to Iran. Selling weapons to Iran while we're declaring Iran as a terrorist state, that's what the CIA was doing. And anybody who attempted to interfere with that would then receive either pushback or worse. So
Your
the
turret
entire
has been
process has
destroyed.
been corrupted by the operations taking precedent over intelligence.
Why has, Ray, no president,
Shut down.
From George W. Bush up to Joe Biden, including Donald Trump, who promised that he would do this many times, promised me personally and privately, forget about me, probably said publicly, and of course he changed his mind. Why has no president?
That's a simple one, Judge. Fear. F-E-A-R.
Of whom and or of what?
Lots of people who run the CIA and have this bevy of emigres and other people from places like wherever, okay, including the mafia, at their beck and call to do you in if you go out of line. Now,
Let's make them notice.
you know, when Trump came in, okay, before he was inaugurated, Senator Schumer told Rachel Maddow, hey, Rachel, invite me in. And she did. So, January 2, 2017, Senator Schumer, you say that Trump is not really not acting like a smart guy. What do you mean? Schumer, I thought he was a smart guy, but he's taken on the intelligence community. And they have 6 ways to send it. Got it. Rachel. Okay, we'll go to the next. Hello. What is that? That was a warning.
Someday we'll talk about this at great length. I don't want to run people's holiday weekend, but a lot of people are talking about it because it's the 60th anniversary. My dear friends, thank you for everything you do for the show, everything you do for all of our viewers. Enjoy this great, quintessentially American holiday weekend. We'll see you next week.
You too, Judge.
Thank you.
Your turret has been destroyed.
We're almost at 240,000 subscribers. We'll hit a
I owe them nothing. Think back.
Has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Last chance.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Look out! She walked away. Pass is a way of catching up. Heads up! Look out! Don't blink! Go! Step right up! Out of it! Think back! Look out! Cap! Things aren't gonna be.
An ally has been slain.
Look out!
An enemy has been slain.
Heads up!
Double kill.
Don't blink! Go!
Your turret has been destroyed.
Look out!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
consequences. Go! Let's go hunt some liches?
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Never needed it.
Double kill. You have slain an enemy.
Dawn is the future. If there are limits, I haven't found them yet. Look out! Don't get it! Wait! Don't blink!
An enemy has been slain.
Look out! I finish what I started.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Heads up!
Shut down.
Tomorrow's the last of my life.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Look out! I like hitting you. Go! Come get me! Look out! Not quitting till it's right. Don't blink! Go! We'll do it the hard way. Look out! Go! Look out! This is how we say hello in Zon.
Has been slain.
Patience? What's that?
An ally has been slain.
I do my own stunts. Look out! Don't blink! Back to going forward. Look out! Heads up!
Enemy killing spree.
Make them notice. Don't get me.
Ally has been slain.
Back to square 7.
Ally has been slain. Shut down.
Casts have a way of catching up. Think back. Things aren't gonna improve themselves.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Don't blink. Look out! Heads up! Catch! Time is any, act reckless.
An ally has been slain.
We make the future. Think back. Don't get
defeat.
You're scared. Good to know.
It's not how much time you have. It's how you use it. fresh start smell.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Back to going forward. Heads up! We'll do it the hard way. Look out! I owe them nothing. Step right up. Don't blink. Go. Time as any to act reckless. Look out. Come get me! Things aren't gonna improve themselves. Look out! I hate being responsible. Cap! Go! Progress doesn't belong to one city. Step right up! Look out!
Just for you.
See? You're part of the problem. Heads up! My pasts have a way of catching up.
An ally has been slain.
Go! Rise! Think fast! There are limits. I haven't found them yet. Don't blink! Zaun is the future.
Enemy has been slain.
Come get me. Look out! Come on! Show me something good. Go! Every second matters. No one keeps me down. Step right up. Look out! Heads up! I'd rather make mistakes than make nothing at all. Don't blink! Come get me! Go! Time Think that! Look out! Tomorrow's the last of my worries. Taking a breather.
Killing spree.
Never look back.
Shut down.
Never had luck. Step right up. We make the future. Fool me once, and I'll just rewind. Every rule needs a break. Come get me. Look out! Ah! Go! I finish what I start. Step right up. Look out!
Rampage.
Heads up! Go! Let's make them notice.
Shut down. Shut down.
Look out! Don't blink! What's that?
Enemy killing spree. Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Back to going forward. Step right up. Heads up.
An enemy has been slain.
Come get me.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
I hate being responsible.
Has been slain.
Look out!
Double kill.
Yep, that went exactly how I didn't want it to go. There are always consequences. Come get me! My pasts have a way of catching up. Step right up! There are limits.
Enemy
found that.
killing spree. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Come get me! Zon is the Heads up!
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is legendary. Shut down.
Doubt me. I love that.
An enemy has been slain.
one keeps me down. Go! Take that! Time is not on your side. Don't blink!
An ally has been slain.
I'd rather
Your
make
turret has
mistakes
been
than
destroyed. Enemy killing spree.
Tomorrow's the last of my worries. Never look back.
You have been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Left in another timeline. I love hitting Pilties with their own toys.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy rampage. Enemy rampage.
Wrong place, wrong. Never had luck.
An enemy is unstoppable. You have been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An enemy is unstoppable.
That was fast.
We make the future.
An enemy dominating. Shut down.
Think back! I'll help you. Done. Don't blink!
A summoner has disconnected. Defeat.
how much time you have. It's how you use it. Time to start some trouble.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
We have your name.
And your scent.
Minions have spawned.
I owe them nothing. Good a time as any to act reckless. Don't blink! Doubt me. Go! Look out! There are always consequences. Cap! Go! Zaun is the future. Taking a breather. Not quitting till it's right. This is how we say hello in Zaun.
An ally has been slain.
Don't blink! Look out! I'd rather make mistakes than make nothing at all. Let's make them notice. Back before anyone notices. Time doesn't heal all wounds.
An enemy has been slain.
Back to going forward. Go! Tomorrow's the last one. Take that! Step right up! Rise! Make me repeat myself. Heads up! Look out! Come get it! Cat! Go! Fool me once, now just rewind. Don't blink! Step right up! Pass have a way of catching up. Look out! I'll help you this time. Done. Never see this coming. Heads up! Come get it! Go! Progress doesn't belong to us.
Enemy killing spree.
Step right up! Look out! No more
Staying in has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Every second matters.
That was fun!
Come get keep pushing. Think back. Never had luck. Never
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Heads up! Look out! Step right up! We'll do it the hard way.
An enemy has been slain.
Overstepped.
Don't blink! I finished what I started. Let's not do that again. Things aren't gonna improve themselves.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Savor life's chosen
An enemy has been slain.
Come get me!
An enemy has been slain.
I owe them one. Step right up! The time is aimed at, right? Look out! Don't blink! Come get it! Go! All out of here! Think back!
Know your name.
We have always known it.
Look out! We make the future. Catch! Step right up!
Steal from us.
We steal from you.
Now.
Welcome to Zon!
turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Look out! Don't blink! Heads up! Go! Last chance to be anywhere else. Patience. What's that?
Rampage.
Look out! Step right up!
Been destroyed.
Walked away.
An ally has been slain.
Don't blink! Look out! Make me repeat myself. Every rule needs a break.
Time has come.
Ready or not.
Killing spree. Rampage.
Heads up!
An enemy has been slain.
Step right up! Go!
Fight to your heart's content.
Come get me! Gone is the future.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Don't blink!
All right.
Look out! Not quitting till it's right.
You have been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'd rather make
Your turret
mistakes.
has been destroyed.
Come get it! Look out! Come on! Show me something new! Oh! Step right up. Look out. Heads up. Ha! Go! We'll do it the hard way.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Let's make them notice.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. You have been slain.
Second first time for everything. Back to going forward.
Dominating. Shut down. Shut down.
That was the last of my worries. Step right up. Fool me once, now just rewind.
Double kill.
I passed how we catching up.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Fathers doesn't belong to one side. No one keeps me down.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Heads up! Home deck! Cap! I do my own stunts.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't blame me! Look out! Every second matters. Never had luck. Never needed it. Think fast! Go! I finish what I started.
Triple kill.
Things aren't going to improve themselves. Never look back. Look out! Come get me!
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Unstoppable.
If there are limits, I haven't found them yet. Look out! Heads up! Tap, go! I owe them nothing. We make the future. Look out! Don't blink! Think back! Doubt me. I love that.
You have slain an enemy.
Patience. What's that?
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Every rule needs a break. I hate being responsible. Back to square 7. It's on!
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon. An ally has been slain.
Come get me! All out of warnings. Make them notice.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Double kill.
Last chance to go anywhere else. Look out! Time doesn't heal all wounds. Go! Look out!
Your turret has been destroyed.
Back to going forward. Tomorrow's the last one. Look out!
Has been slain.
They're scared. Good to know.
It's not how much time you have. It's how you use it.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Fresh start smell.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Every second matters. No one can keep him. Look out! Think back! Don't blame us. I hate being responsible.
First blood.
Time as any to act reckless. themselves. Don't get me! Look out! Time!
Enemy has been slain.
I'd rather make mistakes than make nothing at all. Heads up! Go! Step right up!
An enemy has been slain.
Don't get me! We'll do it the hard way. Think back! Step right up! Look out! Don't blink! Go! Tomorrow's the last one. Never look back. Look out! Dawn is the future.
Surprises came the most.
Never had luck. Never needed. There are always consequences.
The forest protects us all.
Look out! I like hitting you. Maybe. Step right up. Don't blink.
An enemy has been slain.
I wish I stayed here.
An enemy has been slain.
Let's make them notice. Think back! Don't get me! What's up? I do my own stunts. Look out! Step right up!
Sneak attack.
back to going forward. I finish what I start.
An enemy has been slain.
Progress doesn't belong to one city.
An ally has been slain.
Not quit until it's right. Time doesn't heal. Only once? Think back! There are limits. I haven't found them yet.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Step right up! Every rule needs a break. My pasts have a way of catching up. Heads up! Come get me! Go! Ah! Patience? What's that? Welcome to Zod!
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Every second matters.
Dominating.
That is one big tooth. No one keeps me down.
An enemy has been slain.
Meet my friend Jake.
Things aren't going to improve themselves. I'd rather make mistakes than make nothing at all. Tomorrow's the last of my worries. Never look back. Cat! Look out! Zon is the future. Think back!
Destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Yep, that went exactly how I didn't want it to go. Never had luck.
Killing spree.
There are always consequences. Let's make them notice. Look out!
Shut down.
I do my own stunts. Gotcha! Go! Step right up! Back going forward. Russian flare!
Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I finish what I started.
Killing spree.
Get right up!
Double kill.
Heads up! Last chance.
Unstoppable.
Look out! Progress doesn't belong to one city. Don't blink! Not quitting till it's right. I need to rethink a couple things.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Time doesn't heal all wounds.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill.
Look out!
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
Look out! If there are limits, I haven't found them yet. Heads up! Doubt me. I love that. Don't blink!
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Look out! Every rule needs a break.
An enemy has been slain.
Look out! Home tip!
Rampage.
Boom! Look out!
Double kill. Aced.
My pasts have a way of catching up. Don't blink! Patience. What's that?
Double kill.
All in. Just my style.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Now, every second matters.